We are definitely heading for a big showdown, and hopefully, there are signs that the real President Trump is back and he's ready to do what he was elected to do. But we'll see. But before we go any further, let's talk about this Charlie Kirk so-called assassination. Please watch this video to show that it's an obvious fake. So, there can be no doubt that this is another case of Freemason street theater designed to manipulate public opinion. Now, I'd never heard of this Charlie Kirk guy until this whole so-called assassination took place, but I looked him up, and his five most controversial stands, according to the British newspaper Mirror, is that he's anti-gay, he's anti-black, he's opposed to gun control, that kind of thing. He's not talking about 911 truth or the Federal Reserve Board or the oligarchs who murder hundreds of thousands of children. In other words, he's not saying anything that's outside of what he's told to say by his bosses. And so this is very clearly designed to manipulate public opinion and possibly start a race war to distract people from the real enemy. So we have a guy who, he's also attacking China, but basically this is not someone that they would really want to assassinate because of what he's saying. There's just nothing there. But if you look at this, these paid protesters in the next link, talking about white anger against, you can see they're trying to distract us with race riots. They're trying to get us to fight gay people and black people instead of going after the real enemy, which is the Khazarian mafia. And we're sick and tired of, a system of government that uses street theater to manipulate public opinion into things like wars. And it's just, this cannot continue. And also, since yesterday was the 24th anniversary of 911, I think I'd like to show you these two clips. One is a rare one where they're saying, the fireman is saying, we have to evacuate, there's a bomb in the building. This is after the planes crashed. So you watch this, and then watch Donald Trump at the time say this is obviously a bomb. Okay, well, listen to those two clips. So basically, we have a system of government that manipulates us into wars with staged events, and that's not how you run a government. That's not how you run a society. And the whole thing is that people need to realize the real problem is the Chabad cult, okay? And it is Satanism. It is people who are videotaped and then put in positions of power. For example, I have confirmed with both British intelligence and Mossad that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, now it's interesting that the UK ambassador to the United States was just fired for an involvement in Epstein Island. This is a sign that a crackdown is happening, but we do need to do something about this. And as we published, and other people published, the list of people who visited Epstein Island, the White Hats have announced a 100-kilo gold bounty on each visitor to Epstein Island. They must be arrested, and if they resist arrest, necessary force must be used. They must all be rounded up and questioned, because once these blackmailed politicians are removed, then the Zionists, and let's make it clear, the Zionists are responsible for the Holocaust, which was a sacrifice to Satan, a fire sacrifice to Satan, okay? They are the worst enemies of the Jews on earth, and the Jews are figuring this out, as you can see from this clip of a demonstration in the UK. So the Jews are waking up to the fact that their government has been, or their society has been taken over by Satan-worshipping criminals who have an ancient pedigree and have been enemies of Jews for thousands of years, and the rest of the West is waking up. But the big battle is still ahead of us. Next, I want you to listen to the witch Ursula von der Leyen saying it's time, to fight, because that's exactly what we need to do. Von der Leyen has publicly said she is in favor of killing 90% of humanity. She said that when she said that she works by the Holy Talmud, which is what the Talmud says. Anyone who's not a worshiper of Satan will be killed. That's what they're saying. And this is what we're fighting for. And Ursula von der Leyen is one of the people who we need to remove. The rest, must be removed from power. And I'm hearing that's happening. Now, the hope we're having now is that we have a convincing video now of Donald Trump, the real one, appearing beside Melania Trump at the ceremony for 9/11. Melania's wearing 4-inch heels, so that would put her about the same height as Trump. And he's also speaking, so it's not just a guy in a mask, or if he is, he's got the voice. But he is saying that they're going to crush the enemies of the United States. And, more important, he says he's going to file RICO charges. That's anti-racketeering charges against the Soros Foundation and all those other foundations that pay for these riots, that stage these Freemason mind control events. So if you cut off their money, that's the key to everything. And remember, they've been contacting me saying, hey, well, you know what? We replaced Mark Zuckerberg Rockefeller with our clone, and now he's doing what we say. No, this is a huge corporation that was basically built using American taxpayer money, and it belongs to the American people. It needs to be nationalized, and then meritocratic processes can select a competent leader, not some clone put in by people in the shadows. This is the same of Google and all these high-tech companies. They are still trying to manipulate opinion, and they're still owned by the same people. Until they lose their control of the corporations, this nightmare is not going to end. That means you have to go after the foundations that control 90% of transnational corporations and the families that own them. This is how it's going to be done. That's why we're putting out bounties. We're going to start hunting them down. And I now want you to see that this looks like this revolution is going to start once again in France. Take a look at this clip of what's happening in France now. The government has fallen. There are riots all over the place, and no matter what they try to do, they're bankrupt, and the current system is dysfunctional. So when France falls, that's the domino that's going to end the EU. And when the EU falls, then the current regime in the United States will no longer have the ability to survive financially, because the first thing they're going to do is stop buying expensive Rockefeller oil and get cheap oil from other places, including Russia. So this is the key. France is where it's going to happen. It's already happening, but we all need to take action. But the important thing for the people and the agencies and the military to understand is that your governments have been taken over, civilian governments have been taken over by a criminal syndicate known as Chabad Lubavitch, who have said openly to the rest, these are facts, you can check them out. We need to remove these people from power. We need to remove their control of the Federal Reserve Board and the mega corporations, because that's it, that's endgame for them. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu needs to be arrested as a war criminal, and then if found guilty, hung. Or this is what we're fighting for. So we are in the middle of a war now, folks. It's getting hot, but don't let them manipulate you. Remember, the real enemy are not the blacks, they're not the gays, it's the people, the Chabad satanic cult, a battle that we have to all fight. And don't just be an armchair person. You can do it a lot just by picking up your phone and calling people, politicians, military, agencies, everybody. Just keep the pressure from the bottom up. Force them to remove the criminals who have seized power. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Although, just finally, I want to include this funny video from the Taliban. They're encouraging tourism to Afghanistan, and personally, if I had the time, I'd love to go and visit. I think it's probably an interesting time to visit. So check it out.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What do you know about the gossip related to doing a quantum financial system account and the dollar collapsing soon?
As I've said before, the quantum financial system is already in place, and that's why I can take a Canadian bank card and go anywhere on earth and go to an ATM or a convenience store and withdraw money in local currencies. Uh, the problem is that it's still under the control of the Rothschild family. It's not under the control of the inventor of this system, who is an ally of ours, but we're fighting to remove the Rothschild control of this system. But the dollar is not going to collapse simply because it's already controlled by the rest of the world. Okay, the world has stopped accepting new U.S. dollars printed in the U.S. as payment for trade or anything else. Um, it's all backed now by real trade, and that's going to continue. The only thing though that we need to worry about is that the current regime in the United States is trying to sell everything they can to China in order to get more money to keep their show going. So uh, the longer that we have this regime, the more China will get strong. That's why we need to remove these people, or we'll all end up working for the Chinese. It's just a matter of time. But the system's already there. The other thing I want to say is that there's not going to be any sort of dinar or um, Vietnam Dong type of, or Zimbabwe dollar type of revaluation. This is a con job. But the white hats do promise a jubilee, and when it happens, it'll be done after very extensive public consultation. It'll be measured twice and cut once. Everyone will know about it, but it's not going to be some people get it. There's been these con artists who literally for decades are saying your check is in the mail. If people are getting their money starting next week. It's not going to happen. Okay, it's not going to work that way. So avoid those con jobs. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. It seems likely President Trump is isolating because of the Iranian bounty to take him out. Could you speak a little bit about this?
Look, he does have genuine security concerns because the Iranians and the North Koreans and others have good reasons to want to get revenge for the murder of their leaders. But the important thing is that when you have to look at what the Trump you're seeing on our screens says and does. When you have the short, fat, ugly Trump, who's obviously fake, reading Israeli scripts, that's not the real man. So uh, he can stay safe in his underground bases or whatever if necessary, but we need to see that he is in charge, and that means he's going to be taking down the Zionists. That's what the real Trump will do, because they're Satanists, and that's what we are going to hold his feet to the fire for. Go in there and arrest those people. You have the list from Epstein Island. Get them. Arrest them. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you give us some clarity on what exactly is happening with the IDF pushing further into Gaza, even with massive protests worldwide and inside Israel? Why hasn't the U.S. white hat, Russian, or Chinese military intervened and ended this horror show once and for all?
You know, there's something about Gaza does not pass my smell test. I'll be honest with you about that. They show every day they put out pictures of cute little girls who are just died that day, but a lot of those pictures are from long before Gaza. And to be honest, if Israel wanted to in half an hour, okay, and I think this whole thing is being prolonged deliberately to try to provoke a war between the Muslims and the Christians. So uh, it's designed to get people angry and ready to fight each other, and that's what they want. They've said it for years. They want a third world war between Muslims and Christians. So, I'm very suspicious, but I know the Iranians and the Turks and other people and the Jews support the replacement of Israel with the nation state of Judea, which would be multi-ethnic and multi-religious, and that's where we're heading. So try to tune out of that Gaza stuff. It's definitely designed to get people emotionally charged into fighting each other. So it doesn't pass my smell test for many different reasons. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is there any more news related to the releasing of the Epstein list? And do you think personally that we'll ever see it?
Well, I just released the list again last week. It's out there, but the real question is, will the government officially release it, which would mean they then have to go in and round up all these pedophile blackmail politicians, and that's what we need to push for. That's what needs to happen. So every politician who's voting against releasing the Epstein files is almost certainly being blackmailed by them. They need to be all arrested. This has to happen. And it will happen no matter what they try to do. This is not going to go away. There are millions of children every year forever and expect there will be no consequences. There will be ultimate consequences for this. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Last question for you today. In your opinion, is the fake Charlie Kirk assassination a direct attempt to incite the USA into civil war, given that his followers were young right-wing gun owners? Furthermore, is J.D. Vance in on it or potentially unaware as he accompanied Kirk's so-called casket back to Arizona today?
Well, we have to see how this unfolds, but we want to make it very clear that people should not be distracted into fighting each other. The problem is not coming from black people or LGTB people, despite all these LGTB shooters that they stage to try to, get us to fight each other. They're just trying to create divisions to distract us from the real enemy, which is the Chabad Lubavitch cult. Okay? They're saying openly they want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. We have to go after them. We have to remove them. They can all be sent to the Kerguelen Islands or something, but they need to be removed from control of the Western political system, or we're going to just keep going to hell in a handbasket. All right. Well, that's it then. Right now, financial Sherpas are working through back channels to plan for a jubilee and a complete revamp of the world financial system. And this is going to be a lot bigger than people realize. Think about finance as a process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. In the West, this has been controlled by a messianic fanatics who are trying to start World War III and kill 90% of humanity. This is a fact. And they have slowed human progress by probably millions or thousands of years. I'll start with a small example. If you remember the Chiasso incident in 2009, two Japanese diplomats were arrested and had $134 billion worth of bonds taken away from them. They wanted to go to Switzerland to ask for permission to use those bonds to build a tunnel connecting Japan and Korea. And so why do the Japanese and Koreans need to go to Switzerland to get permission to build a tunnel? This shows this, and they were denied. The bonds were taken away and they were denied. But this is an example of the sort of project they have blocked. For example, there should be a bridge connecting Alaska to Eurasia, or a tunnel. And you could have trains going from New York to London, and of course, transportation. This is a small example, but there are much bigger examples. The fact is that a lot of technology has been kept away from us. Anti-gravity is real, and it could completely revolutionize everything, transportation, everything. But they don't let it happen. They keep it to themselves. And again, over the decades of reading science magazines, every time I saw something about a discovery that would allow people to live longer, someone would put a paragraph in right at the end saying, but it will never be commercially available. So they're trying to prevent us from living long too. And they're also, but the point is that now we have reached a breaking point.
The lies are falling apart. And I want you to look at these following two videos. So in the videos you're about to see, one you have RFK Jr. speaking in front of the world's TV cameras, and again, this is an acting president speaking on the record, not some conspiracy blog or whatever. This all shows that a fundamental breakthrough has happened, and this old elite really is going to be removed from power. There's just nothing they can do to stop it. And a lot of them are willing to change tactics and change what they're going to do. And I think I'm hoping, too, that Mark Carney, who just got confirmed as Prime Minister of Canada again after winning the election, is probably going to be reading from a new script. What I mean is that he was the carbon causes global warming guy, but now that a decision has been made that, it's not going to be decarbonization anymore, it's going to be increase the amount and variety of life, including human life, that he'll be working under this new big goal and will help with the oil industry, help build pipelines so Canada could export their oil to Asia, which they've been blocked from doing by all sorts of, Rockefeller maneuvers. And as far as, Canada and the United States joining, they were kind of de facto joined, but I agree with most Canadians that we don't want Trump taking over Canada as the 51st state. Rather, Canada should be taking over the bankrupt United States and turning it into a normal, not a rogue country. That's the real goal that we should be working towards. In any case, all this is going to be coming up soon. And a lot of breakthroughs are happening. A lot of truth is coming out. Another one that's come out is that we have, in this clip below here, you can see big swinging Mike or Michelle Obama admit that he is a black man.
I learned.
That's him saying it. So that shows again that, all the lies are being exposed and a new era of truth is coming out. Of course, there's still many more lies out there. We have this problem with the Ukraine. And for some reason, the Trump administration has been talking about rare earths in Ukraine, which is a fiction. There are no rare earths. So I think they finally reached a mineral deal that's giving the U.S. access to Ukraine's minerals, or a 50-50 split, but they don't seem to have the money for it. So something is very fishy there. But what Ukraine does have is they have a lot of oil and gas and the world's best agricultural land. And that's the reality that they should be focusing on, not some sort of fake rare metal thing, which doesn't exist. Rare metals are everywhere. The problem is getting all the centrifuges up and running to extract them. And that's going to take 5 years, no matter what Trump says about it. But in any case, we're seeing progress there, but we also see very powerful resistance still from the Khazarian mafia. We have Vladimir Zelensky, who apparently has a contract on his head, threatening to kill world leaders who go to the May 9th victory parade in Moscow. So he is openly breaking international law, and he should be arrested. I think he will. And we still see something very wrong with the European Union. They haven't got rid of von der Leyen yet, although it's clear they don't hold any cards. They're saying now we're not going to accept U.S. tariffs. Well, what can you do about it exactly? Another thing I noticed is that there was an incredible blackout all across Spain and Portugal. And my sources tell me this was a black hat operation, not a white hat operation. Now, I don't know the details, but I do know that when a similar blackout happened in the Netherlands, all the criminal elite fled the country. They used the opportunity to get the hell out. So I'm suspecting a lot of Spanish elites went to underground bases in, I don't know where, maybe Argentina during this blackout, but I can't confirm this. However, one more clip I'd like to share with you. Here we have Catherine Austin Fitts, the former U.S. government official, talk about the $21 trillion that has disappeared from the U.S. military budget, and she's saying it probably went to the construction of underground bases. Yes, I've confirmed from multiple sources that the elite really did build a vast network of underground bases where they were going to hide while they nuked the surface of the planet in their as part of their plan to kill 90% of humanity. So yeah, they built giant underground facilities where they could grow food and and stay away from the surface. So this is real. This is coming out. We've got a lot more ahead of us yet, but the fact that it's all mainstream and it's public leaders on the record shows that something fundamental has changed. Now, the thing that still has to be reached is a deal between China and the United States, and I think that will happen by mid-June, because June 14th is Trump's birthday and June 15th is Xi Jinping's birthday, and the Chinese are now just coming up with a new 5-year plan for 2026 to 2030, and they're going to have to talk to the Americans so that they can figure out their plan. But the fact is that China is beating the U.S. economically because they do plan for the future. They say, where do we as a country want to be 5 years from now? And they figure out how to get there. The U.S. does not have that sort of long-term planning. That's why I believe that under Mark Carney and the new leadership of Trump and stuff, that approval will go ahead for the Future Planning Agency so that the West can map out its own future plans and not be left in the dust by the Chinese, which is what is happening now. The fact is that Trump has lost the tariff war, and they're now reaching out to try to reach a deal. I'm sure the Chinese will be more than accommodating. So other things that just, mentioned, there's still various attempts by these fanatics to start World War III. They failed. Multiple attempts to try it in the Korean Peninsula. They failed with Iran, and they failed with, now they're trying to get India and Pakistan to start a nuclear war against each other. This was definitely a third-party provocation aimed at getting these two countries to fight, and they're shooting at each other across the border, but I believe that saner heads will prevail, and this will not escalate out of control, because I think they're realizing that they're being played. So we'll expect more good things to happen starting in late May, and I'll be leaving Japan soon, and hopefully I'll be involved in some of this. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. We're still getting chemtrails daily in Albuquerque. Any news on the efforts to end these trailings?
Well, RFK Jr. Has come out publicly to say that he's going to try to find out who and what is behind the chemtrailing, and that's a government official speaking on the record. So hopefully that will come out and it will stop. But we all want to know what that is. And I've mentioned many times, the only direct personal information I got from the military myself about it was that these were reflective substances for a laser-based radar system that can detect objects as small as 1 millimeter or 1 centimeter in size. And so maybe they're protecting us against something, but we have also many, many witnesses saying that these are full of toxins, and we need to get to the bottom of it. And I'm glad to see that RFK Jr. is talking about it in public, because that means there will be action. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have you and your sources heard of an impending global disaster related to plate tectonics, like a realignment of Earth's tectonic plates? Many refer to the New Madrid faults going off in the United States, along with the San Andreas and others, as well as big adjustments in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and Pacific Ridge, causing most of Earth's plates to adjust. There are a few different schools of thought regarding the explanation for this, but without clouding the issue, are you aware of the prediction, and what are your thoughts on it?
Well, there have been predictions like this forever. Here in East Asia, everybody's saying that it's going to be some kind of huge tsunami earthquake event in July that will cause massive destruction throughout the South China Sea. and Japan, and that's why Chinese tourists have all canceled their vacations to Japan in July. And there's talk about, some big thing happening in the United States. But personally, I don't think so. I mean, I've been hearing this sort of stuff forever, and I just don't believe it's going to happen. But the fact is that there is technology that can set off earthquakes, and if we get the rogue actors behind this under control, they could try to do something very nasty on that front. But I'm not hearing anything. For example, before Fukushima, I got very specific warnings at a very high level, concrete warnings, saying that there's a ship off the sea drilling into the seabed. I don't hear anything like that, nothing concrete about earthquakes this time. Personally, I'm not going to worry about it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'll keep an eye on that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What's up with Zelensky and Trump meeting privately at the Vatican in a completely staged photo op? What do you think was the conversation, and what should we expect from it?
Well, The Economist magazine, which is owned by the Rothschilds and the Agnellis, who are the kind of families behind Zelensky, said that he was basically begging for protection. That's what I've heard. I don't think he's going to get it. But I don't have a personal insight ear there. But I do know that everyone is getting ready to throw Zelensky and that whole group under the bus. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you have any intel in regards to the apparent suicide, quotation, of Epstein and Prince Andrew accuser Virginia Giuffre? Do you know if she was placed in protection or was murdered, or actually did she take her own life?
Well, she didn't take her own life. I don't think anyone believes that. I think she was suicided because right now the elite are very, very worried that they're going to face, and there's very high pressure to make that not happen. You see, Attorney General Bondi has not released the Epstein files. These people are very desperately trying to cover up their crimes. Again, at the end of the day, it's going to be the military who are going to decide if they're going to go ahead with war crimes tribunals for these people, or they're going to go for truth and reconciliation. They're the only ones with the power to actually do something about it, and hopefully we'll see that happen. But right now, the fact is, it's not happening. But as I mentioned in my talk, the fact that RFK Jr. is talking in front of the media with President Trump about 300,000 missing children and that they're going to find out what happened to them shows that this investigation is not going to be of whistleblowers. Next question.
And then we have our last question for today. Regarding Carney, what is the relationship between Carney and Epstein Maxwell? What is the relationship between Carney and Friedland? And what is Carney's stance on climate change and net zero?
I'm guessing that since Carney got such elite jobs as being governor of the Bank of England, that he allowed the Rothschilds to have some sort of compromat or blackmail material over him. But I don't have the details. But I do understand, as I mentioned in my talk, that he's going to stop this net zero business because a high level decision has been made that we are carbon-based life, and the more carbon there is in the air, the more life there is. So I'm hoping, and his own comments make it seem that he's not going to do any more of that carbon nonsense. But the jury is still out. We'll know soon from his actions which side he's on. And if he turns out to be a dark hat, I expect the military will do something about it.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, President Trump has dissolved U.S. Incorporated and re-established America under common law. Deep state power has been revoked. The United States was now a sovereign constitutional republic, no more foreign rule. In a move that will go down in American history, President Donald J. Trump has officially invoked the authority vested in him under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declaring the United States a sovereign nation under common law, no longer under the foreign-controlled corporate structure known as U.S. Incorporated. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marked the end of Admiralty law rule and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. The era of foreign manipulation, unconstitutional governance, and globalist occupation is over. Breaking update: President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Trump told Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday, March 23, 2026, or lose every power plant in the country, starting with the biggest, which would plunge 90 million souls into darkness, Mr. Poole on Telegram. But this was never about Iran. The Strait of Hormuz was the jugular vein of the old financial system. 21% of the world's oil passes through a corridor 33 kilometers wide. 33. The number on every temple, every lodge, every oath they have ever taken. They built an empire on black gold. They funded wars, bought governments, and enslaved nations. And now, one man is threatening to turn off the lights. Not on Iran. On them. The power plants are not electrical. They are financial. Every central bank. Every oil cartel. Every shadow institution that has fed on the blood of the Strait for decades. This is the Black Swan, March 23, 2026, March 23, 2026. Remember the state. The 48 hours expire. The Strait closes or the grid falls. Either way, the fiat system collapses. The quantum financial system is not coming. It is already here. Waiting. For this exact moment. Gold. XRP. ISO 20022. The new architecture was built in silence while the old world burned. Every war, every crisis, every headline, a controlled demolition of a system that was never meant to serve you. When the lights go out in Tehran, the screens go dark in Davos. In Brussels. In every boardroom where the architects of the old world thought they were untouchable. This is not a 48-hour ultimatum to a country. It is a 48-hour warning to a bloodline. 10 days of darkness and a temporary martial law was already in effect. The world's communication networks were shutting down, one after another, according to Mr. Poole on Telegram on Sunday, March 22, 2026. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days. Be prepared for quiet. Be prepared for confusion. Be prepared for incredulity. Your devices may become motionless, channels may freeze, and power grids may flicker. The truth is being prepared for release behind that silence. The world will see an uncensored broadcast that reveals what has been concealed for generations once the system stabilizes. Broadcast towers were being silenced, with media anchors disappearing in the middle of sentences, and major networks going offline. The controlled blackout phase has begun for the entire world. On several continents, emergency broadcast systems were ready. Global communication is now entirely under Starlink's control. Quantum encryption filters every signal, every transmission, and every frequency. For the first time in contemporary history, the people, not the puppets, control the information flow. The QFS and military alliance were carrying out coordinated takedowns of data centers, banks, and political networks connected to the previous regime while the surface goes dark. Every operation is absolute, silent, and clean. Why the fuss? A silent shift was unfolding behind secured doors. 209 nations have aligned on a historic financial reset that reshapes global trade, currency, and control through a global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currency. Epstein and the intelligence blackmail operations, elite child trafficking, psychological operations such as MKUltra, and election fraud were the most important stories and agendas that need to be fully exposed and dismantled. Military was the only way to do that. Something had to be done about the massive waste of taxpayer dollars by deep state operatives of the cabal's privately owned U.S. Incorporated that has been going on since at least 1913. Something had to be done about the Democrats playing political games with the safety of the nation by not funding the Department of Defense and ICE. Airports were in chaos. 400-plus DSA officers have quit. $2.5 billion lost. Republicans passed a bill twice to pay DSA agents and fund DHS. Nearly every Democrat voted against it both times. The truth is Democrats want us to reopen our border in exchange for funding Homeland Security, and it's not going to happen. Something had to be done about the leftist Democrats obstructing the U.S. citizens' right to fair and free elections by supporting open borders, aiding and defending illegal aliens while promoting fraudulent elections. Something also had to be done about the fiat US dollar that was being rejected for trade by other nations. So, President Trump did it. This coming Wednesday, April 1, 2026 marks the largest financial restructuring in modern history. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money across the globe, with trillions coming back to citizens. Those monies have been recovered and were already fully integrated into the NISR/JSR payouts system that begins worldwide on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. EBS activation: each citizen across the globe will receive texts and/or emails as notification to set appointments at redemption centers worldwide. There they would set up their personal wallet or money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Everyone would receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to the citizen's own sovereign fund dashboard. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the Global Currency Reset and NISR law will be activated in the U.S. and worldwide according to H.R. 7741 119th Congress 2025-2026. Public Law No. 119-1, February 20, 2026, Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act, an act to provide for the mandatory transition of the United States financial infrastructure to the quantum financial system, QFS. To authorize the issuance of bonded gold certificates, rainbow currency, to mandate the termination of legacy fiat instruments and SWIFT protocols, and to establish the NISR/JSR debt jubilee and amnesty protocols for verified sovereign nodes. Statutory date: February 20, 2026. Operational enforcement date: April 1, 2026. Status: passed by Congress and enacted. Section 1. Short title: This act may be cited as the Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act of 2026. Section 2. Termination of legacy fiat instruments. A. Systemic delisting. Effective April 1, 2026, the Federal Reserve note, legacy fiat, is hereby delisted as the primary settlement instrument of the United States. B. Liquidity terminal status. Current legacy banking systems, including the SWIFT settlement rails, are declared functionally insolvent. C. Notice of devaluation. Consistent with Global Alliance revaluation modeling, the legacy USD shall reach a terminal valuation of $0 relative to the quantum ledger. Section 3. Mandatory migration to the quantum financial system, QFS. A. Implementation of QFS wallets. Institutional and private bank accounts shall be formally retired on April 1, 2026, and superseded by QFS mirrored digital wallets. B. ISO 20022 compliance. All financial transactions must adhere to ISO 20022 messaging standards. C. Legal tender. The QFS Gold Bill, rainbow currency, is hereby established as the sole physical legal tender recognized for commodity, property, and tax settlement in the restored republic. The waste was massive by deep state operatives of the cabal's privately owned U.S. Incorporated and has been going on since at least 1913. States were now exposing billions in fraud schemes, with funds tracked, secured and prepared for redistribution. Gitmo overflows with operatives, bankers, elitists of 3.7 million deep state cabal Satan-worshipping puppets across 32 nations who have stolen monies from the people. Individual bank accounts worldwide have been mirrored into new asset-backed system. Military-grade systems and quantum-level security ensure direct transfers to citizen accounts, bypassing legacy banks and their control structures. This cuts off the flow of illegal funds used for global manipulation while restoring control back to the people. Recovered assets were also expected to reduce national debt, relieve tax burdens and support large-scale economic rebuilding. A possible timing: as of Saturday, March 21, 2026, the de facto corporate fiat debt-based monetary system known as the Federal Reserve Central Banking Cartel has been permanently dissolved. EBS Donald Trump on Telegram. As of Saturday morning, March 21, 2026, the quantum financial system, asset-backed, satellite-secured, immutable ledger monetary architecture, has assumed primary control of all Tier 1 to 4 settlement rails worldwide. The Global Currency Reset and NISR law will be activated in the U.S. and worldwide on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. On Thursday, March 19, 2026, Medbeds achieve full worldwide activation in sync with NISR/JSR debt-free payouts launching across the globe. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and JFK Jr. thrive under white hat protection, healed by these advanced plasma and frequency technologies after surviving deep state assassination attempts decades ago. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy confirms the family reunion as the entire cabal structure begins crumbling under military pressure. On Friday, March 20, 2026, GCR ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump sees the Fed from the cabal, restoring sovereign treasury control with no more income taxes, only tariffs and a low sales tax on new goods. Tier 4B notifications flood currency and bond holders as MedBet activation aligns perfectly with exchanges. Deep state puppets melt down as their big pharma empire faces total collapse. On Monday, March 23, 2026, 10 days of darkness peak with continuous Starlink declassified streams exposing stolen free energy, financial slavery, and crimes of the last century. On Tuesday, March 31, 2026, Trump's epic independence event unveils the complete QFS rebirth. The greatest awakening in history unfolds as healed patriots, including restored dumb children ready to testify, dismantle the final remnants of tyranny. No weapon formed against us prospers. The storm is here. Where we go one, we go all. God wins. See Global Quantum Financial System, Global Alert. As of Saturday, March 21, 2026, the de facto corporate fiat debt-based monetary system known as the Federal Reserve Central Banking Cartel has been permanently dissolved. EBS Donald Trump on Telegram. As of Saturday morning, March 21, 2026, the quantum financial system, asset-backed, satellite-secured, immutable ledger monetary architecture, has assumed primary control of all Tier 1 to 4 settlement rails worldwide. All illegitimate debt instruments, mortgages, credit cards, student loans, personal and national debts derived from fraud, were now flagged for forensic audit and imminent discharge. Precious metals and tokenized historical bonds have been reconciled on the QFS master ledger. Jazara compliance treaties are now in irrevocable execution phase. Stay calm. Stay at home if possible over the next 72 hours. Power, internet and basic utilities will remain operational. DJudy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Saturday, March 21, 2026, Trump has approved QFS as the primary financial system. Global activation now targets April 2026. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The quantum financial system is no longer being discussed as a future concept. It is now being positioned as the only legitimate framework for the next financial era. This marks a direct strike against the collapsing fiat structure and the final breakdown of the old debt-based model. April 2026 is now being signaled as the key activation window. All pending cash-out and settlement pathways are being aligned to route through the QFS grid before the final cutoff phase is complete. This is the separation point between the old system and the one replacing it. Those who complete their financial positioning in time are expected to move forward under the new structure. Those who remain tied to the old channels risk being trapped in the final phase of a failing system. At this stage, only a small percentage of cash-out cases are still reported as pending. The remaining window is narrow. Military oversight and secure system monitoring are said to be active across the transition process, ensuring that transactions are traced, verified, and protected under a higher-level clearance structure. No more hidden theft. No more manipulated transfers. No more elite control over the flow of value. The old system is closing. The new one is taking its place. Sunday, March 22, 2026 Major Economic Intel Update. April 2026 NISA-aligned operations are no longer hidden. They are active. The Great Reset on Telegram. The financial shift that was once dismissed as speculation is now unfolding in real time. Multiple high-level financial and institutional channels confirm that payout mechanisms tied to the transition framework have already entered early execution phases under Treasury coordination and secured oversight structures. April 2026 marks a critical acceleration point in what is now recognized as the largest financial restructuring in modern history. What started as back-end alignment in 2025 has now moved into controlled public phase integration. Behind the scenes, the architecture of the old financial order is being systematically dismantled while a new asset-backed framework is being activated in parallel. This phase includes the controlled shutdown of legacy fiat dependency systems, the reallocation of seized off-ledger assets into structured redistribution channels, the unwinding of long-standing global debt mechanisms tied to central banking control, the live integration of ISO 20022 and asset-backed settlement layers. Every major institution is aware of the transition. Treasury, central banks, and global financial entities are already operating within updated protocols. Public silence is intentional. The United States is now in the execution phase. For decades, the system operated on inflation, debt expansion, and invisible extraction. That model is now reaching its endpoint. Since early 2025, coordinated actions have been reshaping the financial core from within. NISR-aligned protocols are activating in layers, adjustment structures, gold-backed calibration models are running through Treasury-linked channels. Recovered capital from international holdings is being redirected into controlled distribution pipelines. Legacy banking clearance systems are being replaced by secure, next-generation financial rails. This infrastructure is already functioning, even if it is not being acknowledged publicly. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. H2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots. The storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. A Constitutional Republic of Canada. The only way to Canadian sovereignty, no referendum required, Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion. Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931. J. Wars, Wars and Rumors of Wars, Saturday, March 21, 2026. We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, March 21, 2026. POTUS, we are doing extremely well in Iran. They had a navy 2 weeks ago. They have no navy anymore. It's all at the bottom of the sea. 58 ships knocked down in 2 days. We're not going to let them have nuclear weapons because if they had them, they'd use them, and we're not going to let that happen. Trump protocol on Telegram. Guru Information and Intel. K. Sunday, March 22, 2026. David Nino Rodriguez and 107 unleash Trump. Breaking news for March 2026. Cabal election rigging plot totally exposed as the storm hits hard. Trump Tier 4B activated. In these pivotal days of late March 2026, David Nino Rodriguez welcomed 107 for an explosive discussion exposing how President Donald J. Trump and the White Hats are systematically dismantling the deep state's frantic election manipulation schemes. The full globalist conspiracy aimed at stealing American sovereignty through coordinated fraud stands completely revealed. Panicked Democrats and Reno traitors, realizing they cannot win any fair contest, have descended into outright bribery of homeless individuals across Los Angeles, Skid Row and beyond. These desperate operatives dole out cash, cigarettes, and marijuana in exchange for fake voter registrations and petitions, directing victims to invent absurd addresses. Such blatant corruption proves the cabal's utter panic and inability to compete honestly as patriots wake up in droves. Concurrently, President Trump's bold stance on Iran serves to neutralize the dangerous terrorist cells and invasion plans orchestrated by globalists who flooded the borders with military-aged men. Addressing this threat now prevents devastating activations on American soil by groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. The recent NATO betrayal, where these so-called allies turn against Trump, perfectly unmasks their role in the long-term plot to weaken and control the United States. This revelation paves the way for America to sever these draining ties and reclaim full independence. Anticipating the SAVE Act's likely defeat in Congress, the stage is set for Trump to issue a national security emergency declaration. Operating as commander-in-chief during this crisis, he gains authority to safeguard the elections directly, superseding corrupt local officials and judges who have defied prior cleanup orders. The election interference by foreign powers including China, Venezuela, and Cuba constitutes an act of war equivalent to a nuclear strike. Grand juries nationwide are processing evidence from this vast international operation, preparing indictments for complicit figures such as Karen Bass and Katie Hobbs. Widespread arrests followed by military tribunals for high treason will soon deliver the justice long overdue. As 107 explained, the nation faces an extinction-level threat to the Republic, but the White Hats have maintained complete operational control from the beginning. The first major arrests will soon make it undeniable: the storm is upon the deep state. The Great Awakening accelerates rapidly while Trump guides the full restoration of the constitutional republic. Traitors are gripped with fear as the light of truth destroys their illusions. Patriots must remain steadfast. Victory is assured and the New World Order agenda lies in ruins. The Republic endures and triumphs. Saturday, March 21, 2026. To this day, James Alefantis of Comet Ping Pong has never answered why his pizza shop has a password-protected, members-only website connected to a server with a massive amount of downloadable private videos that are only accessible and protected with download keys. What restaurant has private videos to download in the first place? Why is he also considered one of the 50 most powerful people in Washington, D.C.? A look through his Instagram literally tells you everything you need to know. The truth was in front of you the whole time. Shadow of Ezra 2.0 on Telegram. Sunday, March 22, 2026. This FBI is advancing the mission of protecting America's children at a level never seen before. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Saturday, March 21, 2026. Secret bases, DUMBs, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. There are many of these bases worldwide, but here is small list: Dulce in New Mexico, Brecon Beacons in Wales, Los Alamos in Mexico, Pine Gap in Australia, the Snowy Mountains in Australia, the Nyala Range in Africa, west of Kindu in Africa, next to the Libyan border in Egypt, Mount Blanc in Switzerland, Narvik in Scandinavia, Gotland Island in Sweden and many other places. California is said to have the most DUMBs in the U.S. There are at least 1,400 of these DUMBs worldwide. 131 in the U.S. With 2 underground bases being built per year in the U.S. at the moment. The average depth of the bases are 4¼ miles underground, some shallower and some deeper. One male survivor of the MI6/CIA mind control project Monarch described in the Illuminati formula by Fritz Springmeier, the China Lake Naval Base at Ridgecrest in the California desert. This anonymous man says batches of children numbering 1, 2 and 3,000 were kept in cages piled up to the ceiling of large hangars. He says these cages are called woodpecker grids. Saturday, March 21, 2028. The children in the tunnels were not just rescued. They were the first to be healed. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. This is the hardest truth. And it is the most important one. Since 2019, joint military operations across the United States, Europe, Australia, and Southeast Asia have uncovered a network of underground facilities that most people cannot bring themselves to believe existed. Thousands of children were recovered. Many had never seen sunlight. The details of what was done to them will be released during the EBS disclosure. We will not describe them here. What we will tell you is what happened after. Saturday, March 21, 2026, Epstein Island was just one of over 10 other islands. Richard Branson included. People are in place just to make this network of child trafficking and sacrifice was just Epstein and Pizzagate, Epstein Files on Telegram. It was a massive, well-organized global industry headed by 3-letter agencies. So many people in every facet of our lives were involved. It was everywhere. Saturday, March 21, 2026, 97.5% of Israeli Jews have no ancient Hebrew DNA, they're not Semites. 80% of Palestinians carry ancient Hebrew DNA. Saturday, March 21, 2026, massive, voter ID is officially on the ballot in California. 1.4 million Californians signed the petition to demand statewide voter ID to fix the corrupt elections. 70% of Californians are in favor of citizenship verification and voter ID. Now the state can vote to make it the law in November and Gavin Newsom is in panic, the Trumpist on Telegram. Sunday, March 22, 2026, the DOJ found over 300,000 dead voters on just a partial review of voter rolls. 300,000. But Democrats told me this is impossible and never happens, Dan Bongino on Telegram. Saturday, March 21, 2026 Fact check, Republicans passed a bill twice to pay TSA agents and fund DHS. Nearly every Democrat voted against it both times. The truth is Democrats want us to reopen our border in exchange for funding Homeland Security, and it's not going to happen. Sunday, March 22, 2026, someday we'll all learn oil isn't made from dinosaur fossils. It is naturally produced from within the earth. It is a renewable resource which can never run out. The scarcity tactics is used by the elites to promote them as fossil fuel, because allegedly being fossil fuels, it means that it will run out, therefore keeping the prices high. In fact, there is almost as much underground oil as there is water here on Earth. JFK Awakening Q17 on Telegram. Saturday, March 21, 2026 EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms stratospheric chemical spraying, sulfur dioxide into the sky, health risks are real. What used to be called conspiracy is now called official policy. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms that dangerous chemicals, including sulfur dioxide, are being released into the sky for geoengineering. Health risks are real. Environmental damage is guaranteed. This is no longer conspiracy, it's official. Geoengineering gone rogue, the US government has funded it. The skies are full of it. And now the truth is official, USA Department Labor on Telegram. Saturday, March 21, 2026, boom. U.S. debt clock exposes the Fed, how fiat, Warren central banking crushed real money, the gold window breakdown. Saturday, March 21, 2026, breaking, General Flynn calls for arrests, Obama, Brennan, Comey accused in deep state coup against Trump. Sunday, March 22, 2026, red alert, Americans demand answers as sky spraying concerns explode, RFK Jr., EPA promises action, chemtrail ingredients. Saturday, March 21, 2026, boom. U.S. debt clock exposes the Fed, how fiat, Warren central banking crushed real money, the gold window breakdown. Saturday, March 21, 2026, breaking, General Flynn calls for arrests, Obama, Brennan, Comey accused in deep state coup against Trump. Sunday, March 22, 2026, birth certificate bombshell, birth certificate equals slave contract, the CUSP code scam exposed. Sunday, March 22, 2026, financial alert from the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett, governments always destroy their own currency, and the U.S. is no exception. Sunday, March 22, 2026, breaking alert, 48-hour doom clock, Trump threatens to obliterate Iran's power grid if Hormuz isn't open within hours. Saturday, March 21, 2026, the Titanic conspiracy, claims that a 1912 disaster cleared the path for the Federal Reserve, the MAGA king on Telegram. For more than a century, the sinking of the RMS Titanic has been remembered as one of the greatest maritime tragedies in history. Over 1,500 lives were lost when the ship struck an iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic on April 15, 1912. Yet alongside the historical record, a controversial theory has circulated for decades claiming that the disaster was not merely an accident but part of a larger financial power struggle that shaped the creation of the Federal Reserve System in 1913. Supporters of this theory argue that several powerful American businessmen who opposed central banking were among those who died aboard the Titanic. The men at the center of the theory, three of the wealthiest and most influential figures on the ship, were John Jacob Astor IV, Benjamin Guggenheim and Isidor Straus. All three were members of America's financial and industrial elite. According to the conspiracy narrative, these men represented powerful independent interests that were skeptical of centralized banking control over the U.S. economy. Their deaths removed influential voices from the political landscape just 1 year before the Federal Reserve Act was passed. The rise of central banking in December 1913, under President Woodrow Wilson, Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act, creating the modern U.S. central banking system. The Federal Reserve was designed to stabilize the banking sector, manage monetary policy, and prevent financial crises like the Panic of 1907. However, critics have long argued that the system handed enormous power to private banking institutions and financial elites. For conspiracy theorists, the timing of the Titanic disaster, followed by the rapid passage of the Federal Reserve Act, is seen as suspicious. The J.P. Morgan connection, another detail often cited in these claims, involves banker J.P. Morgan, whose company controlled the White Star Line, the operator of the Titanic. Morgan had originally planned to travel on the ship but cancelled his trip shortly before departure. Some conspiracy advocates view this as evidence that powerful financiers knew something about the coming disaster. Historians, however, attribute the cancellation to routine travel changes and note that there is no verified evidence linking Morgan to any sabotage plot. Fact versus theory. The official investigations conducted by British and U.S. authorities concluded that the Titanic sank after striking an iceberg, combined with design flaws, high speed in icy waters, and insufficient lifeboats. Nevertheless, the alternative theory continues to circulate because it touches on broader debates about financial power, central banking, and the influence of elite institutions over global economic systems. A century-long debate more than 110 years later, the Titanic disaster remains a symbol not only of tragedy but also of unanswered questions and competing interpretations of history. For some, it represents the dangers of corporate arrogance and technological overconfidence. For others, it stands as a reminder of how major historical events can become intertwined with deeper suspicions about power, money, and the control of national economies. What is certain is that the sinking of the Titanic and the creation of the Federal Reserve remain two pivotal events of the early 20th century, and the debate connecting them continues to spark controversy even today. Saturday, March 21, 2026, former FBI director drops bombshell: 9/11 was a deep state inside job, controlled demolitions, deliberate stand down, and a fake war agenda to enslave America exposed. JFK the leader on Telegram. Patriots, wake up, the veil has been ripped off once and for all. In a stunning recent confirmation that's sending shockwaves through the awakened community, a former top FBI director has finally admitted what truth seekers have screamed for decades. September 11, 2001, was no random terrorist attack from cave-dwelling foreigners. It was meticulously planned and executed from inside the U.S. government by elements of the deep state cabal desperate to lock America into endless wars, total surveillance, and the total erosion of our freedoms. This explosive revelation confirms the nightmare scenario. Controlled demolitions took down the Twin Towers and Building 7 at freefall speed. Physics doesn't lie, folks, those buildings were wired with explosives long before the planes even took off. The so-called hijackers were allowed to train right here on U.S. soil while intelligence agencies tracked every move but issued a blatant stand-down order. No intercepts, no warnings, no prevention. Flight 77 magically penetrated the most defended airspace on the planet to hit a freshly renovated, low-occupancy section of the Pentagon with suspiciously minimal high-level casualties. Pure coincidence? Hardly. This was a manufactured crisis, a new Pearl Harbor engineered to manufacture consent for the Patriot Act nightmare, the bogus Iraq invasion sold on fake WMD lies, and the funneling of trillions into black-budget military-industrial beast and intelligence slush funds. The deep state needed blood to justify their globalist takeover, and they sacrificed nearly 3,000 innocent American souls to get it. This ties straight into the same evil playbook we've seen repeated, the Oklahoma City bombing, false flag demonizing patriots and militias to crush domestic dissent. The JFK and RFK assassinations eliminating leaders who dare challenge the CIA's rogue empire and push for peace, or networks run through the military, CIA, and elite politicians to blackmail and control the puppets in power. Epstein was just the tip. These satanic operations generate compromat that keeps generals, Congress critters, and spies in line while funding their black ops with unimaginable depravity. Trump warriors, this is why the deep state fears President Trump more than anything. He's dismantling the very corrupt apparatus built on these false flags. The former FBI chief's bombshell shatters the official fairy tale and demands full accountability now. The republic hangs in the balance as we expose the betrayal that stole our sovereignty and murdered our people. The storm is here, the truth is erupting, and the Great Awakening is unstoppable. Stay vigilant, spread this far and wide, the cabal's house of cards is collapsing, and justice for 9/11 is coming faster than they can cover their tracks.
The United States is definitely heading for some kind of black swan event, and this could make or break the future of that country and the world. It's a very important time. Now, there are many signs of this, but of course the big one is September 30th is the fiscal year end of the United States, and since Trump is talking about a government shutdown, it looks like they didn't get the financing for this. Now, what worries me is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, has summoned 800 generals to physically go to Virginia. That sets off a lot of alarm bells, because it sort of reminds me of that scene in Game of Thrones where all the guests were invited to a wedding to be slaughtered. And if I were a general, I would not go. The other thing that really worries me is that in his UN speech, Donald Trump basically threatened war with Russia, and he sort of said, all right, there was a lot of good stuff in the speech, which I'll get to, but essentially what he said is either you give us money or we start all-out thermonuclear war. So it's clearly a sign that the United States is on the brink. And under the current regime, okay, the United States is not an independent country. So Trump definitely works for Israel. He works for Benjamin Netanyahu. This has been confirmed in multiple ways, and there's no sign that that is about to change. I want you to watch this 3-minute clip to understand, what sort of leadership controls the United States.
Andrew Colvett is a Jew?
You have this group of Satan worshippers who stage events to try to manipulate public opinion running your country, and that's no way to run a country. Eric Kirk ran a so-called charity in Romania that was kicked out. This is called Romanian Angels. So she has a record as a Satanist and a child pusher, and she was also connected to Trump in his early days. So this is very important. Now, I mean, getting back to the Trump speech, he did, say some good things. He talked about all the immigrant problems and about the climate change nonsense and how the UN was useless. All that was great, but the bottom line is the United States is going to go bankrupt, and the entire planet is sick and tired of this rogue state causing troubles and wars everywhere. And I have a message for the generals. If Trump says, okay, we're about to go bankrupt, and we're going to have to, radically cut the U.S. military, well, the Dragon family has an offer on the table to fully finance the U.S. military after the failure of the United States corporation and turn them into a planetary defense force. And we recommend building a new capital somewhere in the Midwest from scratch, because the current U.S. government is so dysfunctional that it cannot be allowed to continue as is. It has to be completely rebuilt. And to understand what sort of system American people live on, I was looking at some data, and it turns out, according to a recent poll, I'll put the links in my weekly report, but 98% of Americans are in debt. Okay, they have no savings. They're debt slaves. 50% of Americans, or close to 50% of Americans, worry about debt every day. So you're in a system of debt slavery controlled by Satan-worshipping who create money out of nothing and then force you to, spend a lifetime of work just to pay your debt. And that is not a system that can be allowed to continue. We need to pull the plug on this. I'm asking for the military to say, this is it. This is the showdown at the OK Corral. Either you get rid of Israel or you'll be destroyed as a country. So, and the fact that Trump did a complete flip-flop on the Ukraine shows that he is completely out of touch with the American people and the people of the world. And, Vladimir Zelensky, the so-called dictator of Ukraine, is widely despised. Take a look at this clip from the UN at his speech. The Ukrainian TV had to digitally alter this speech to make it look like there was an actual audience, but there wasn't. Take a look.
War has already reached too many people to pretend it has nothing to do. But even during bloodshed, there isn't a single international institution that can truly stop it. That's how weak these institutions have become.
Now, so there's going to be some kind of attempt to, enslave the Americans with digital currency, or they're going to call it Gesara, Nasara, something. Whatever it is, it's not real because it's not backed by anything that actually exists. It's all numbers on computers using AI to try to control people. And getting back to Donald Trump, here he is talking about making peace between, Armenia and Cambodia or something like that. There's something wrong. And the other thing is that we're now finding out that every month around the 24th, he has a big bruise on his hand. So he's getting some kind of transfusion. So I would strongly recommend that the U.S. military seriously think about the mental stability of their commander-in-chief. I hate to say this, but something is not right with Trump. Now, the other thing that's going on is I think that a big move is going to be made against Israel. And I think this is what this meeting of the generals is all about. Remember, you're the American Armed Forces. You serve the United States. You don't work for Israel. So do not fight for Israel. It is a widely despised terrorist state run by Satanists. And it cannot be allowed to continue. I'm getting reports that Egypt is building up a large army on the border at the Sinai, and I think Turkey and Iran are also going to get ready to move. It's time to end that country, replace it with something that's normal. And also the Iranians have started broadcasting on their TV all sorts of the secrets they got from Israel. And this one clip is an example, but it shows you that they have a complete understanding of exactly who is involved in Israel's nuclear weapons program and their entire power structure. The fact that they've published this means that they're ready to take it down. So something is going to happen there. Trump regime that we do need to talk about. Now, finally, James Comey, the former FBI director, has been indicted. This is a sign that they're going to go after the entire Obama network, the Clinton network, and they're going after the Antifa funding, they're going after the Soros funding. This is all very good, but you know, it's sort of like when you have two enemies and wait, and then you have less of a problem to deal with at the end. That's the sort of situation we're facing. Another thing that people need to be aware of is that there has been a fundamental split between the Five Eyes controlled by the British, that's basically Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and a good chunk of the United States military, versus the ones who are loyal to Israel. And the British side has already started firing people who were blackmailed by Epstein or by Israel. The Duchess of York is being removed from all positions, and MI6 informs me that Israel and Epstein also have compromat on King Charles, so he's probably going to have to go. And in France, President Nicolas Sarkozy has been sentenced to 5 years in jail. That's a good sign. That's a sign that it's starting. So, you know, we're getting some high-level people being removed now. We're almost there, folks, but we're not quite there yet. Another thing that's going to be popping up on everyone's screen soon is I'm hearing that Kim Kardashian and the Kardashian family is going to be a RICO lawsuit, and there will be a lot of incredible revelations coming out of that. So that's something that you need to keep your eyes out for. But, you know, clearly the situation cannot continue as follows. And next week will be a big week. But remember, even if the U.S. defaults on September 30th, they'll be given 2 weeks. So there could be some kind of limbo, and it'll be a very dangerous time. But we really do need to remove the control of the financial creation machinery from the Khazarian mafia. That's the only way we're going to be able to liberate the West from this nightmare. And there is a huge push by these people to try to get us into a digital prison. So in the UK, for example, we watch this little clip.
Breaking news now. Digital ID will be made law for all adults in an effort to tackle small boats. Downing Street believes that a mandatory ID card system will help stop illegal immigrants working. You
can see that they're trying to force everybody to get digital ID, and it seems that now they're saying that's how we'll be able to deal with all these illegal criminal immigrants who are coming in. So now we see it. The Soros Foundation and these people pay military-age males from the third world to come to Europe and the United States and cause trouble, and then they're going to use this trouble as an excuse to create a digital dictatorship. And of course, they're also still trying to start a war between Islam and Christianity, staging all these events and provocations. We must not be fooled by this. It's time to finish these scum off once and forever. We're almost there. So I think it's good that the Obama side is being taken down, but we then need to go after the entire network. We should not have politicians who are blackmailed with tapes of them.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. At first, we thought Charlie Kirk's shooting was a fake assassination, but now more and more videos of different angles are coming out. One that has a muzzle flash from behind Charlie, which would totally debunk this left-wing from the roof shooter nonsense. What do you think is really going on here, and what's the most up-to-date information that you have?
You know, they're trying to keep us all focused on the Charlie Kirk thing by putting out one video after another, and, you know, it's just a distraction. I would tune out of that. Just to keep in mind, remember that Erica Kirk made a satanic hand sign when she met Trump. That tells you all you need to know. Just so my advice is to completely tune out of this whole psyops and focus on the real problems, and, you know, just turn off all the Charlie Kirk stuff, but do focus on the Erica Kirk child trafficking angle. Okay, that's where you got to go and see where that leads, because the Romanians have provided the proof that she was trafficking children and probably having them murdered. That's all you need to know about this whole fake Charlie Kirk thing. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Touching on the Erica Kirk thing that you just mentioned, has she been replaced? We did see the satanic hand symbols that you posted, and this doesn't seem to align with what her beliefs said several years ago.
I think that, a critical mass of people saw that video and they know that she is not a Christian leader for American people. She is a satanic Mossad plant, and she must be removed from any position of influence. And I believe that's already happened because, they've lost the ability to fool us with Freemason staged events. We're figuring it out now. We're not being fooled. So, again, I think she should probably put in jail, but that whole thing needs to be shut down. And we've got to stop having government by Freemason street theater. That's not how you run a government. What you have in a real government is the people tell their leaders what they want, and the leaders try to make that happen as best they can. That's what's supposed to happen, not some secret group staging some kind of event to try to manipulate people into war, etc. That's not how we run a country. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What are your thoughts on Russia as a country? Putin himself has called Russia, quote, the last Christian nation, and apparently Putin himself is a devout Christian. He also is offering free Russian citizenship for anyone who is seeking safe haven as a Christian. What are your thoughts on this?
The Russian Orthodox Church is behind Vladimir Putin, and Russia is a Christian country. And contrary to what Trump said in his UN speech, their economy is booming. They're actually growing. The standards of living are very high, and they're now one of the biggest economies in the world. I would, if I were an American, I'd probably want to emigrate to Russia. Next question.
Hi, Ben. How do you tell the difference between the regular Jewish people and the satanic Khazarian Mafia Zionists? Furthermore, do the real Jewish people also believe in the Talmud and turning all, quote, goys, aka non-Jews, into slaves?
No, I mean, most Jews, myself included, I never even heard of the Talmud. I didn't know it existed when I grew up. Our basic belief is the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. And that includes everybody, not just Jews. So you can tell by their actions, not by their words, okay? Because these people lie through their teeth. So you got to judge them by what they do, not by what they say. And I'm going to tell you a Jewish joke that's was told to me by a Jewish Mossad member, but it goes like this. How do you say fuck you in Hebrew? Trastami, trastami. When you get that kind of slimy person, trying to rip you off, then you know they're not a real Jew. Next question.
Evan, speaking of the Zionist Jewish population, where do you put Ben Shapiro on all of this?
Well, they were trying to slide him in as a, as a substitute for Charlie Kirk because they were angry that American people were waking up to Israeli tyranny. But it's not working. People see through this now. They cannot just put they have a Jewish pope now promoting homosexuality and they think he's in charge of the Catholic Church. He's not. These people all need to be shunned. They need to be removed from any position of power and influence. And that means we're going to have to go after Silicon Valley to remove their control of that whole digital infrastructure. That's the key. And moving a capital out of Washington, D.C. would be a good move because that's the biggest center for these huge AI data centers that they're trying to enslave us with. If I had the ability to do so, I'd send in a nuke and completely blow up all the data centers in Washington, D.C. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the existence of demons and whether they're supernatural or spiritual nature? Do they exist? And if so, what do you think they are and what did they come from?
Well, I was brought up as an atheist, but I have personally seen people being possessed. Their pupils turn black, and they speak with a different voice, and they have access to knowledge and languages that they shouldn't have. So I think that they are some kind of thought form, and at a very deep level, I believe this universe is a digital structure, and something in the fabric of that structure is able to sometimes hijack human beings and take over, remotely control them. And this is something that we need to have serious scientific investigation on. I know that the Catholic Church has a lot of experience in this area, and I think we need more scientific investigation. But it is clear that there are entities that are able to hijack human beings and take control of them, and it's usually it's people who are troubled mentally, or they have some kind of huge conflict in their mind, something like that that makes them vulnerable. So, yeah, this is something that needs to be looked into. There's definitely a real phenomenon, but I'm not an expert, but I have seen it with my own eyes. So there is something there, and we need to find out more. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and let's see what happens after September 30th, and let's hope that we can finally bankrupt the U.S. corporation and really restore the Republic of the United States of America. And again, once that is done, all debts from everything you owe will be canceled, and you'll be given the money that was stolen from you by Federal Reserve fraud, and there will be a complete reboot of everything. Right now, America is in the biggest crisis of its history, and it's time to completely reboot the country and make it what it was supposed to be, which is a beacon of democracy, freedom, and progress, and happiness. There have been a lot of back-channel communications that I have been involved in, so I want to talk about that first. The Russians asked me to contact the Five Eyes, and they provided us with a lot of very detailed, actionable intelligence by the Zelensky regime in the Ukraine. And they say that they had to resort to this back channel because the talks with Trump on ending the war in Ukraine hit a roadblock over this. In other words, so-called white angels, they're these special patrol cars where they go and they beat parents and take away their children and never to be seen again. And apparently the EU Child Protective Services are involved in all this. And until in other words, the Russian condition for peace in the Ukraine is denazification, and that means war crimes tribunals for Zelensky and all the other people involved in the mass murder of children. And so far, the Trump regime has been unable or unwilling to deal with this issue. So this is the roadblock, and now back channels have been opened, and the evidence, criminally, indictable evidence with specific names and events and specific names of children. In other words, not just a big picture thing, but actual actionable intelligence has been provided to the Five Eyes. And so the Russians are waiting for the removal of these, and that is the main obstacle. Clearly, this has to deal with, also has to do with the still withheld evidence from Epstein Island. And the fact of the matter is that the UN and the world so-called structure, and this issue has yet to be dealt with. But apparently, moves are being made along this front, and Another thing the Russians told me, I'm just going to put out there, they personally do not expect Donald Trump to survive beyond 2025. They did not explain why they thought this, but I'm just putting that out there because that was what the FSB told me. I hope they're wrong, and I hope that Donald Trump does what he's elected to do and clean up the mess, including all the and of course, the other thing the Russians sent was once again all the evidence of the biolabs in the Ukraine set up by rogue parts of the Pentagon that were, well, let's face it, criminal indictments have been made along this front, and they need to be. So this is a very high level thing, and clearly there's going to be some sort of military action if things do not get resolved. And on this front, I noticed that Hungary, Serbia, and Russia have formed a military alliance. This is very important because Hungary is a member of NATO. So when you have a major, basically it's the Austro-Hungarian Empire is being revived, and they're allying themselves with Russia. And apparently their main target now is France and the rogue leadership, the UK, Keir Starmer, who's a blackmailed pedophile. So some big movements are expected on this front. And I know the U.S. military will not fight the Russians and the Hungarians to protect pedophiles. And so that's a fundamental change. I also noticed the French are begging the Turks to protect them, but that's not going to happen. The Turks are going to try to act as intermediaries. But so big things are happening under the surface that we're not seeing in the news. Now, the other people who've contacted me, and I've been acting as an intermediary to some extent, is the Iranians. And they say that they are in talks with the Five Eyes and the Western White Hats. And as evidence of this, Canada has resumed direct flights to Iran. This is a sign that the new government there has given up on this, war with Iran scenario that was pushed by the Chabad cult, who are, trying to get Israel and Iran to start World War III. So that's ending. And the Iranians make it clear they support the creation of a nation state of Judea to replace Israel, and that all Judeans, including the ones now misleadingly called Palestinians, would be part of that country. So things are moving well on that front. The other thing that I do note is that Donald Trump and his regime have not responded to the Dragon family offer of unlimited funding. And instead, Trump has gone on imposed retaliatory tariffs. This is overdue. I mean, the United States has been, bleeding on a commercial level for decades. In other words, they've been getting stuff from the rest of the world and not paying for it. Now, Trump wants to restore industry to the United States, and that's all fine and dandy, except that it's too little, too late. And I don't know why, if it's American pride or what, but the real answer is to get the Chinese to move massive factories into the United States and help rebuild U.S. infrastructure using U.S. labor. But I don't know why that's not happening. But clearly, the Trump administration is not talking with the Chinese. One scenario that's possible is I noticed that Mexico and Canada were not included in the recent Trump tariff announcements, which means that what may be happening is they're waiting to bankrupt the United States of America Corporation, replace it with the United States of North America, including Greenland and Canada, and then the money will be released for a new golden age, as even Trump is now saying. So we have to wait and see. But again, the surface news is not covering this. But one thing that has come out in public, which is very good, is that there are Benjamin Netanyahu, who is on trial in Israel, and there's now direct evidence in court that he was funding Hamas. Okay, and it was an Israeli operation. Hamas and Netanyahu were on the same team, And this is being, brought out in court, not just on the internet. So that looks like a fundamental change there. So again, we're waiting for the final takedown of Chabad, and when that happens, hopefully good things will start to appear. But I'm now being told the timeline is for the bankruptcy could be delayed until June. So we'll see. But that's basically what I have to report for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question for today. Are you familiar with the official population count of China being not the 1.4 billion as the CCP likes to purport? This brings China's stature much lower than is perceived by the world and puts India on top of the count. Do you have any inside knowledge of this?
Well, I have, written about it, and what someone did was they went through the official Chinese government statistics for the amount of children being born going back decades. And when they use those statistics and compare to the population count, there appear to be the Chinese government is apparently overestimating its population by at least 400 million. But this is just a low birth rate, and this is based on the official Chinese statistics. Now, the other thing, of course, is that by following the 2030 UN agenda, taking everybody out of the countryside and jamming them into apartment buildings, basically they need to have a jubilee, and then they need to start moving people back into the countryside where they have room to grow and have families. So, something fundamental is going to break. The other thing about China is that it's hit a roadblock. They save 40% of their income, and they've been investing that, but they've run into a brick wall because they cannot build any more factories because they already have oversupply. They build way more housing than they needed, so there's all these empty apartment buildings. Again, China, just like the West, needs a jubilee and a fundamental reboot of the entire system, and hopefully that will happen when the Dragon family funds are finally released. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What's going on in Australia where citizens are being told they no longer own their property? Property rights are very important. People who cannot own property leads to everything being turned into garbage. I take care of my property. Idiots destroy their property and my property. If this is the direction we are going, count me out. I look for becoming a sovereign nation. What are your thoughts on this?
This idea of taking away property is part of the old agenda by Klaus Schwab, where you own nothing and be happy. And I think Australia is using the old playbook, but that at the very top level that has changed. So eventually it will filter down. At the end of the day, we want a situation where every single Australian owns the place where they live, and they don't have to pay rent or mortgage to live in their own house. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We need to know when this North American and other places will have an end to the weather warfare that is continuing. Observing the streaming long lines of so-called atmospheric river, DEW pulse wave, never seems to end. What do you think the long-term effects of something like this is, and when could we see the end of it?
That's a good question. I know that there are dark hat forces in Antarctica who have weather warfare, and we also know that the Black Rock people have been using weather warfare to evict people from their houses so they can redevelop properties in places like Maui and Acapulco and North Carolina. And I think the answer will have to be to go after the top people controlling this weather warfare, and hopefully that will happen. But I still don't know when that will be. And clearly there's still a war going on, and both sides are using weather warfare and earthquake warfare against each other. Hopefully this situation will end soon, but I really don't know more than that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The South Korean Civil War is still ongoing, in my opinion, with the southeast part of the country in flames. This is literally a human sacrifice by the Khazarian mafia. What is going on here, and when can it end?
Well, clearly, the South Korean people are trying to liberate themselves from the military government, and they're being attacked with weather warfare and satellite weapons as a result. I think that the North Koreans need to help their brothers and sisters in South Korea, and that the Korean Peninsula should be reunified. But I'm guessing that they're waiting for the higher level changes so that the unification of Korea and the can be done peacefully. So in other words, I think the North Koreans are waiting because they understand that at a very high level, at the BIS, the UN, that level, that something will change that will then make it possible for Korea to be liberated without war. But so everybody's waiting, and I'm waiting for the big changes at the top. And as far as we can tell, the French Rothschilds and their network of controlled governments, and the Rockefellers and their still very powerful corporate control that are standing in the way and blocking the final liberation of humanity. That's what the forensic trail leads to. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week. We are definitely in the middle of a paradigm shift, and this is starting to appear all over the news. The revelation by the U.S. government that it was Mossad and Israel who were responsible for the assassination of John F. Kennedy was just the start. Now we're hearing that Argentina is going to officially announce that Adolf Hitler fled there after World War II and lived to a ripe old age in Paraguay. So again, this is going to disturb a lot of people because we're going to find out, or we already know, but the brainwashed majority will find out that Adolf Hitler Rothschild was one of the founding fathers of Israel. This is going to be a shock for a lot of the Israeli people. And Israel itself is almost about on the brink of a civil war, because a large amount of Israelis have figured out that it's their own government that staged the October 7th massacre of their own citizens, and that they've been doing this sort of thing for a very long time, including the Holocaust. So that was, a satanic sacrifice. But the point is that people are starting to wake up to this. Now, the other thing that's happening is there has been some movement on the Dragon family proposal for a new financial system, but we're not there yet. What's happening, though, I can see there's a movement because the King Charles, the so-called fake King Charles III, has canceled all public appearances. Right now, what's been going on with the Western financial system is that Jean-Michel de Rothschild, known to us as Brigitte Macron, has been running most of the Western governments, minus the United States now, and they've been using a fake King Charles to sign the big money documents, issuing dollars. And there's a separate group behind Elon Musk, the Pentagon group, that has their own dollar printing machine. So these two groups are at odds, but the fact that they're removing Charles, at least temporarily, from circulation, we know he's a fake, but means that they might be ready to negotiate. We'll find out more soon. But I'm hearing now, though, that things are going to have to continue to deteriorate until June before real change is possible. So we're going to probably be seeing a lot more collapse before they're finally ready to start. But things are moving in a good direction. Now, the other thing that crossed my radar is it looks like the Houthis have destroyed yet another U.S. Aircraft carrier. The SS Harry Truman off the coast of Yemen has apparently been destroyed. There are pictures of it on fire, and you'll notice that all the attacks on Yemen have stopped, and they're not talking about it anymore. They may have even lost another aircraft carrier. I don't know, but the point is that aircraft carriers are, as Colonel Douglas Macgregor said, floating target arrays. if the U.S. wants to cut money from its budget, getting rid of the aircraft carriers is a no-brainer. So hopefully they'll do that now. But clearly, it is an end game for Israel. Now, I do know that they've put some stealth bombers and Diego Garcia supposedly to attack Iran. This prompted Russia to use the official TASS news agency to announce that Iran was under their protection. So, they're not going to, the U.S. military is not going to let these messianic fanatics start their Armageddon by, using bombers from Diego Garcia to attack Iran. It's not going to happen. We're not going to let them destroy the planet. It's that simple. Now, another thing people need to understand about what's happening in Europe is that Donald Trump has reached a deal with Russia, and they basically going to take over or act as a middleman supplying Russian energy to Western Europe. Now, I know that Trump and his people complain that the European countries do not contribute enough to NATO, but that's not true, because what has been happening is the Europeans are paying 5 times more for their energy than Americans to subsidize the U.S. military machine. And they did that by forcing them to buy oil and gas controlled by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and not by the Russians. So what's happening is that Trump is taking away the Rockefeller-Rothschild stranglehold on European energy and making a deal with the Russians. So that is basically the end of the road for the Rockefeller-Rothschild fashion. They're going to have to negotiate a surrender. Now, we also notice they're still putting out a fake Trump talking about evicting everyone from Gaza. And they also put out this fake thing about Pete Hegseth, leaking military details to a reporter of The Atlantic. And they still have their rent-a-mobs running around attacking Tesla shops. It's the end of the road for these people. So again, it's all looking very good, but we're going to have some more chaos and turmoil before the new system gets started. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. According to Sidney M. Brewer on his Rumble platform called Ramanet, he is announcing that Canada is currently in a 3-month probate. Its assets are being liquidated and sold to the USA. Mark Carney has been designated by the Crown to represent Canada during this process. What are your thoughts on this?
I believe that at the top level of the Five Eyes, that Mark Carney and Donald Trump report to the same people, which is a kind of a committee of intelligence and military types, and a royal who is not related to Charles and that group. But, the Five Eyes are going to, at the top level, they're unified, and they are going to integrate North America into a new country. That's going to happen. And, it's just not going to be putting Canada under the current American dysfunctional structure. It'll be something entirely new. But that is being worked on. So I agree with his assessment. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Which Trump is talking about joining the British Commonwealth? I'm assuming it is the fake Trump, but would like your opinion.
What I understand is that the Anglo-Saxon Five Eyes, that is England or the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the United States, are going to work together because it's a situation where if the English-speaking people don't stick together, they're going to be in very bad trouble. So I think that it's the real Trump who is working behind the scenes to create a new structure for the Anglo-Saxon people. I don't think it's fake Trump. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We talk about fake Trump a lot. Why don't the white hats just remove the fake Trump that is trying to start World War III? What is stopping them, and why isn't it so simple?
Well, it's a civil war, and I asked that same question to my Space Force general contact, and it's still a civil war. These people still control a lot of the mega corporations and some of the big high tech corporations. So they're able to put out fake news on networks they control. So it's a war and it's not over yet, but hopefully it will be soon. I think the release of the Epstein files should be enough to push everything over the edge finally and put these people out of business. But it's not over yet. That's what I'm hearing. Trump is still in the middle of the civil war, and the other side still has a lot of power. That's why they can still put a fake Trump on our screens and feed us disinformation. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What are your thoughts on Trump's orders to deport illegal criminals to El Salvador without trial? Some are saying it's necessary as the justice system is too slow. Others are saying it's a violation of rights, but they are illegal. Should they even have rights on U.S. soil? What are your thoughts?
Well, the situation towards the end of the Biden regime became so bad in terms of security that the police forces were unable to respond. And that means that there's no choice but to have martial law, which means removing armed people from the streets by force and then worrying about legal stuff later. Because, there was a complete descent into lawlessness and anarchy. And so there was no other choice. I think we have to round these people up. Later, the justice system can sort out the innocent people and take care of things. But for now, the important thing is to protect the average people from street violence, and that's what's happening. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts of RFK significantly cutting the workforce of the FDA and CDC? Is this going to America's benefit, or is there something more sinister taking place? What would replace the FDA and CDC? What are your thoughts of moves RFK has made in general?
Well, the problem with the FDA and the CDC is that they were infiltrated by the pharmaceutical and agribusiness companies, and they put in a lot of upper management who were basically stopping the frontline scientists and experts from their jobs, which is to protect their health and safety. So what I've seen from the reports is that they're going to remove all these upper level management people who weren't really contributing to protecting American people's health, but instead were working on behalf of corporations. So I think it's a good thing, and I support what JFK Jr. is doing, and I wish him success, and hopefully this will then happen in Japan, which has the same poisonous system imposed on them by the Rockefellers and other countries. But I think the whole world supports what he's doing, and taking down the pharmaceutical companies will be the final nail in the coffin of the Khazarian mafia cabal. Okay, well, that's it for this week, and I hope to see you again next week. It is now clear that something very big is going down, and it does look like a white hat move. Now, my own sources, this includes Russian FSB, MI6, and Pentagon types, are all saying some kind of big military move is scheduled for October. I do not know the details, but it's interesting that U.S. troops were treated to great hospitality at a giant Russian military exercise in Belarus. So this is an indication that Russia and the United States military are coordinating this. The other sign is that the Russian defense minister, defense chief, is in Iraq to coordinate some kind of military alliance. And Saudi Arabia has just announced a military alliance with Pakistan. That's very important because Pakistan has nuclear weapons, and if Israel attacks Saudi Arabia, then they'll face Pakistan aggression. So this is a big one, and it does look like Israel is going to be taken down. Now, Israel is actually, controlled by an inbred group of oligarchs, as we all know, and they are also definitely under attack now. Now, the big one for me was that they designated Antifa as a terrorist organization, and they're going to go after the funding of these organizations. So that means all these rent-a-mobs and all these other things that are happening are going to be facing a crackdown. So that's huge too. Now, the other thing I'm noticing is a takedown of the corporate media. The New York Times is being sued for $15 billion. And just think about it, okay? It's the New York Times. They're in New York. They never once wrote the truth about 911. Okay, that says enough, you know. That I used to respect that newspaper, but they've lost the plot. Now the other big one is the Rothschild family is going to sell off their stake in The Economist. Now they've owned The Economist since before Karl Marx. I mean, this is more than, like 150 years, so that's a big one. And then all these big-time U.S. TV hosts, Jimmy Kimmel and a whole group of them are being removed from their positions. So it looks like a crackdown on this fake media and on these fake rent-a-mobs is actually happening. So I do see signs, and people like Bill Ackman are now being outed. So the Charlie Kirk thing is turning out to be a major white hat psyops against Israel and against the Khazarian mafia. That's what it looks like. By the way, I was told by a CIA type that Charlie Kirk is actually alive and at a U.S. military base. I mean, it's one source telling me that, but it is a well-connected source. So just, it looks like this whole thing was staged and now they're going to take it all away. But the other thing that I think people should be aware of is that it looks like the white hats have a new Donald Trump. Please take a look at this video of Trump and Melania arriving to meet Prince William in the UK. Now, Prince William is 6'3", and the real Trump is 6'3". So clearly, this one is shorter. He's lost 4 inches, so it's not the original. But I was told that for security reasons, they didn't think it was a good idea for the real Trump to go there. But the fact that is that he's saying things like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is, to quote, is fucking me. When you have a Trump who's saying bad things about Netanyahu, then that's clearly a sign that he's under white hat control. Now, the other thing that's going on is that people are aware now that attempts to murder prominent critics of Israel are not going to be able to end this ongoing revolution. And I'm especially glad to see Colonel Douglas Macgregor now being more open about the real problem facing the United States. Here you can watch this clip where he blames who should be blamed.
The point is that, China's a current boogeyman, so tie your future to the boogeyman and say, now we're all in this together. No, we're not. We're not in anything at all with Israel. Israel is controlling us for one simple reason. He's bought and paid for the United States Congress and the White House. And there's an old saying, there's nothing more reliable than a man you can buy for cold, hard cash. And it looks like that's what he's got. And the audience that he's talking to, as I understand it, consists of large numbers of members of Congress. And I'm sure they've been handed cue cards for the 29th visit so that they all know when to stand up and give a standing ovation. He owns it. Now, how does he own it? Well, we know who the billionaires are in the United States, many of whom have dual citizenship, who have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into President Trump's campaign to get him into the White House and to buy up support for Israel on the Hill. It's worked. They're in control. The question is, how long will the American people put up with this? When do we hit the streets the way people have hit the streets in London? I don't know.
Now, the other thing I'm noticing is that more and more citizen journalists are confronting politicians who sold their souls to Israel. I think you should watch this one too, of Kash Patel, FBI director, being called out as a bitch for Israel. We should make sure none of these people is allowed to appear in public without being confronted by, because that is important. And again, in tribute to my colleague Robert David Steele, who was one of the most influential people exposing this pedophile network, here's a clip of him speaking. Specific reason, financial network with computers in Antarctica that were being used to finance all this. It's clear that the corporate media is being taken down, the oligarchs, the funding that is being taken down, and it's pretty clear too that the United States is going to have to declare bankruptcy. The mathematics just doesn't work. If you look at, for example, all the real estate loans coming due, there was a building in New York that sold for $380 million in 2006, and now it's sold for $8 million. That's going to happen across a lot of the cities. The banks are bankrupt. They're just faking it, and it's an important thing to do. Also, getting back to Trump, it is clear also they're using a lot of computer-generated Trumps as well for security reasons. Watch this clip and look at how Trump's fingers glitch out. So this is a sign that this is AI. But again, it seems to be white hat AI, and that's a good thing. But clearly something has clicked, something is changing, but we still have some very prominent people who need to be removed. And I, for one, would like to see, the BlackRock World Economic Forum, Larry Fink guy, removed from positions of power because he's been associated with using directed energy weapons to force people from their homes for real estate development purposes. And here in this video I'm about to show you, you can see he talks about how they co-opt government officials around the world before they come into power.
I mean, there are a lot. They talked to a lot of people, but I do believe because of the business model of who and what we are, our reach. We're heavily involved in most countries' retirement, whether it's in Mexico, we're the largest third non-Mexican, non-Afore retirement manager. We're the largest retirement manager, non-Japanese, in Japan. We're the largest retirement manager in the UK, including the domestics. And so having that position, it's all about long-term issues. But it's things that you can't replicate because it's based on years of relationships and trust, and whether it is. And I do go out of my way when there's somebody who's new in their role, a new prime minister. I will spend time. Generally, what I try to do is spend time before they win, and meet the candidates. So whether it's in Mexico, spending time with Claudia before she won, or spending time with Keir Starmer. Right. It's just spending time with them and just saying, you have access to whatever information you need.
Okay, so he's trying to keep this control of fake politicians going in the West, and this is not going to be allowed to continue. But it's important. We've got to see more people fall on pedophile charges. So far, only Lord Mandelson, the UK ambassador, has been taken down by Epstein, but I think this is just the first domino, and a lot more are going to fall. So things are happening, folks. The autumn offensive has begun, and it's visible in many ways, but I've been told repeatedly that the real action, the real fireworks are coming in October. So hopefully this will finally end this nightmare we've all been living. And France could well be the first one to go because they've had their fifth prime minister in 2 years, and the people are rioting all over the country. They've got $300 billion in debt coming up, which they're not going to be able to roll over or refinance because their credit rating has been cut. So France is heading for some kind of collapse, and I expect also the U.S. is going to have to declare bankruptcy. And I have repeatedly said the Dragon family has a plan to help the American people and the Western people once their criminal government is removed. You're not going to be left with any debt, and you're all going to get paid back the money that was stolen from you through more than a century of central bank fraud. We're not going to punish legitimate businessmen, but a lot of people are going to get big checks of money that was stolen from them or from their ancestors. We're going to end this network of control through money, and the West will once again become strong and free and at the very forefront of human progress. That's what we're aiming for, and that's what we all got to push for. Remember, though, everybody has to do their part. Even if it's small, we all have to be involved to make sure this finally ends. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. I know you touched on this a little bit already. Charlie Kirk was starting to turn on Israel. Gen Z already hates Israel and forever wars. If Charlie gained traction with his huge following of young people, it would have been devastating for the Zionists going forward. He's also a great friend of Candace Owens, and she's 100% anti-Zionist. That 1-2 punch could not be tolerated by the KM. Unless you look at it from a standpoint of Netanyahu trying to get rid of him, or was he in danger? Death was faked for his benefit. What are your thoughts?
It's hard to say, but the expression used in cases like this is cui bono. It means who benefits. So if you look at what's happened with the Charlie Kirk assassination or staged fake assassination, I really don't know which it is. But the clear thing that is being taken from this, though, is that even though a lot of people came out and said, "See, this he deserved it, and you're next," all those people are being arrested or removed from positions of power or influence, and it is being used for a huge anti-Israel campaign. So whatever, even if it was Israel trying to silence critics, what's happening is that it has unleashed a storm against Israel, and it's about time. I mean, that country needs to be replaced with the nation state of Judea, and that's what's going to happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Just touching on this a little bit more. We do see, like you said, the arrest of critics of Charlie Kirk. Do you think this is going to end up being a threat to our free speech?
I definitely have my worries because they say, all right, we're going after all the bad lefties, but then they're going to go after, maybe people you agree with. So I don't like the precedent. However, you have to understand that there are limits to free speech. So, for example, inciting violence saying is not allowed even in free speech. So if it's just a crackdown on, threats of violence or incitement to violence, then maybe it's okay. But definitely we have to be careful about this because, first they go after people you don't agree with and say, great, but then they start going after you and there's nobody to protect you. So we do need to guard free speech. But it is clear that a lot of the corporate media long ago gave up free speech and became radical, lying propaganda outlets, and I include the New York Times, CNN, and a lot of the other corporate media. They were out and out lying. There's no other word for it, and that should not be allowed. People should not be allowed to produce a newspaper that prints lies and pretends it's the truth. That's not what journalism is about. Next question.
Hi, Ben. On the day of the Kirk shooting, Congress also voted 51 to 49 against the release of the Epstein files. Do you think we will ever see them? They simultaneously, on the same day, passed a House bill that would allow Secretary of State Marco Rubio to strip USA citizenship from critics of Israel, and this is right after he was seen praying at the Wailing Wall. What do you think will come of this?
Well, clearly, the Israelis are fighting a desperate rearguard action. They have an incredible sort of huge number of censors going over chat rooms looking for, what they call anti-Israel speech. And they're trying very hard to censor things, but it's just not working. People quickly learn to use different words. So, for example, they won't write Jew or Israel, they'll say the alien Greys, or instead of saying Germany, they'll say Germania or something. It's so overwhelming now, the public anger at the elite, that it's beyond any form of censorship. So no matter what Israel tries, they're going to lose this one. The whole world's against them now, including most Jews. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In regards to the USA forcing China to sell most of its shares in TikTok, what do you think is the real motive behind this?
This is definitely something to do with Larry Ellison of Oracle, who apparently has just passed Elon Musk as the richest man in the world. But some sort of deal was reached with China on that issue. And what I've heard is that the TikTok in the United States will be on U.S. servers and will be subject to NSA scrutiny to make sure it's not used for nefarious Chinese purposes, or whatever those may or may not be. But some sort of deal is definitely being worked out, and I think that Ellison and Elon Musk and a group of oligarchs close to Trump are going against another group of oligarchs who were behind the whole Clinton-Obama business. And I think this group is also trying to make a deal with China, because basically speaking, the United States now runs on Chinese money. The U.S. government was shut down tomorrow without Chinese money. That's a fact. And it's an unpleasant fact. That's why I keep saying they have to declare bankruptcy. But since they don't, every September they got to suck up to China. And this is apparently what's going on, but I don't know all the details. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the takedown of the current government in Nepal and installation of a new government a white hat operation, or just simply an angry population?
I think it's a combination, but it's important to note that this was triggered by a Nepali government order that, social media like WhatsApp and Meta and stuff submit to Nepalese censorship. And instead, these companies started a huge campaign which incited people in their 20s, mostly, a very young generation who's completely dependent on screens and AI for their information, were manipulated. And now it looks like the military stepped in and they're restoring order. But the other thing I've been seeing is that because India has now been pushed into China's arms by aggressive U.S. policy, like these 50% tariffs, they're going to try to use Nepal as a kind of a destabilizing force in the region, and that's what it looks like. So I would have to say, overall, it was a black hat campaign, but the military stepped in and put the kibosh on it. That's my understanding, but I admit right now I'm no Nepal expert. But I did look into this, and that was my conclusion. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the AfD party in Germany?
I think that they represent very legitimate and real grievances of the German people, and they try to make it taboo to talk about immigrants and say it's all racist. But no, when you have a group that is, at least in the case of France, with 3.7% of the population causing 50% of the crimes, that's not racism to point this out. This is something where you're saying, hey, this is a foreign invasion, and I hope they succeed. I really do. I think Germany has suffered enough, and World War II is long over, and I think Germany should rise again and be strong, and I fully support them. And I don't think they're racist. They're pointing out that the huge influx of immigrants has caused is bankrupting the welfare system, is leading to a crime wave, and most of these people aren't doing, productive work. So I think, all Western countries should remove military-aged, foreign-born men who aren't working and seem to have an income coming from some source that they can't identify, i.e. the Soros Foundation type of people. They should all be removed. I do think so. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Information, Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Friday, March 20, 2026, Chuck Schumer has once again voted no on reopening DHS, all but guaranteeing the funding bill will fail, and TSA chaos will get worse. Everyone standing in those 3-hour TSA lines should pass that time by repeatedly calling Chuck Schumer's office, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram Free. March 20, 2026 Fox News, President Trump's hard pressure. 6 American allies just pledged full support to secure the Strait of Hormuz shipping lanes. Friday 20th of March 2026, the Federal Reserve is the biggest financial scam in U.S. history, a private cartel pretending to be governmental, while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 in a secret meeting at Jekyll Island between bankers Morgan, Rockefeller, and Warburg, it turned America into a debt machine for the banking cartel. It was signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. Friday, March 20, 2026, the U.S. House just passed legislation to deport migrants who commit fraud against America, welfare scams, fake claims, document fraud, you name it. 186 Stems voted number 186 traitors who'd rather protect foreign fraudsters than American taxpayers. Friday, March 20, 2026 The United States produces nearly 22 million barrels of oil per day. More than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, 22% of total world production from one country. America consumes 20 million and produces 22 million. A net exporter. China consumes 15 million and produces 5. A 10 million barrel per day deficit that has to come from somewhere. Now add Venezuela. 303 billion barrels of proved reserves, the largest on Earth, and Trump took operational control. The Jones Act is waived. The tanker fleet is unlocked. China is rationing. America is exporting. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Friday, March 20, 2026 Declassified CIA files from 1965 expose secret U.S. for 6 years. This ties into even more election interference on top of China and the CCP. According to unsealed court documents and a newly obtained FOIA CISA report, Iranian hackers successfully breached Alaska's voter registration database just days before Election Day, stealing personal data on more than 100,000 voters, including names, social security numbers, and driver's licenses. The perpetrators even posted a video online demonstrating how to use the stolen identities to create fraudulent UACAVA, overseas, ballots. Despite this, then CISA Director Chris Krebs publicly testified the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history, while FBI Director Chris Wray and others remained silent. The breach was reportedly omitted from official advisories, Krebs' 2021 cyber risk summary, and public statements, only surfacing years later in a 2021 indictment, unsealed in 2025. The Gateway pundit has independently verified the legitimacy of the stolen data shown in the Iranian video. These allegations raise urgent questions about transparency, accountability, and foreign interference in our elections. Congress must act, starting with stronger safeguards like the Save America Act, get rid of electronic machines, mail-in ballots, and use paper ballots only. End Government Fraud Friday, March 20, 2026 California. It's not just hospice fraud. California homeless industrial complex fraud. The homeless are used to launder billions in federal dollars. Whistleblowers tell us the money goes to illegals, Dan Bongino on Telegram. For 72 hours, 3 days, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years. The crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable and unstoppable. Some will panic. That is expected. But some, like you, will not panic. Like you, they have been preparing for this moment every time they read a post, every time they shared the truth when it was unpopular. Every time they trusted their instincts over the narrative. When the EBS goes live, yours and their role is simple. Be calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with the first EBS broadcast. The new world begins with you. Be possible timing on Saturday, March 21, 2026, EBS could activate and begin 10 days of darkness, exposing the cabal's fall, fiat currency end and freedom's dawn. Martial law enables worldwide pedophile arrests as 8-hour documentaries in 22 languages reveal the satanic deep state. Agenda. Jazzara payouts drop during 48-hour blackout. Humanitarian surges fund anti-trafficking. BRICS announce exchanges, Zim, Dinar, Dong redeem at official redemption centers. Quantum cards link QFS. Scams exposed, no fees for patriots. On Sunday, March 22, 2026, 10 days. Children who will testify against Epstein networks, Hollywood cults and royal families. Patriots crippled by the bioweapon vaccines receive full restoration to superhuman vitality, reversing the attempted genocide and empowering them to dismantle remaining deep state structures. On Monday, March 23, 2026, martial law extends for purges, continued unsealing of indictments with tribunal action. Washington, D.C. designated a military district, U.S. Incorporated dissolve. March 24, 2026 Nisra blessings unfold, no income tax, tariffs fund nation. 14% sales tax new goods. SCOTUS smashed, Trump's tariffs live. Frauds busted. Alliance exposes IRS, taxes die. On Wednesday, March 25, 2026, QFS integrates medbeds for free sessions. On Thursday, March 26, 2026, EBS concludes Darkness, Dawn of Republic. Streams broadcast victories. Free medbeds everywhere. Trump's event unveils QFS on Mall. May 17th Jubilee with 49 days of prayer to July 4th. Rededication to God, nation cleansed. On Friday, March 27, 2026, final arrests, million troops alert. Marines deploy, chemtrail bans in 31 states. Fraud exposures fuel fire. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026 the fiat U.S. Federal Reserve note will be delisted as per Congress passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. The new gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note in the quantum financial system activates worldwide. Quantum Financial System, Global Currency Reset Thursday, March 19, 2026, with the historic midnight passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. Vice President J.D. Vance verified that the Federal Reserve U.S. note would be delisted as legal tender on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. In line with the fiat U.S. dollar no longer worth anything by April, the gold/asset-backed currency of 209 nations including the new U.S. note of the new Quantum Financial System, QFS, would activate worldwide on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. Thursday, March 19, 2026 Bruce, the Big Paul. 4 different sources were saying the same thing. Monday 24th of March or Tuesday 25th of March the email notifications will go out to Tier 4B, us the Internet Group, Currency and Zim holders to set their exchange appointments. Another source said it would happen on Wednesday 26th of March. Everything will be wrapped up this week. Iran war, Cuba and Tier 4B currency and Zim holder appointments to exchange. Everyone who has an email who bought currency or Zim will get an email from Wells Fargo on how to set your exchange/redemption appointment. Doge, R&R, tariff dividends. Zim holders have to exchange at a redemption center, not a bank, so they can move the money into your Quantum account. Banks can't do that. You'll get a Quantum card. And a Q phone at the redemption center so you can access your money. Some redemption centers are separate from a bank and some are connected to a bank.e. Friday, March 20, 2026, Total Reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history, trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the quantum financial system, QFS. Mr. Pool on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history. By signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge, he is targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure, quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and SWIFT control forever as part of the long-prophesied financial reset. This action starved the deep state of its blood money used for endless wars, open borders invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness Nizara principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. Friday, March 20, 2026. Silver property found, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over $2.3 trillion of assets outside the accounting has been silently transferred through channels linked to the U.S. Treasury since 2018. Stored in strategy reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. These assets have never been recorded in the public accounting scale. They are transported through international contractors, dominated funds and restructured under Emergency Commission internal documents directly link these reserves to the ISO 20022 conversion framework. Preparing for a fully asset-insured payment class, Nizara and Jazara payouts. This reserve fund is not built for the current system. It's built for the future. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in a global financial system. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada I.2s. March 10, 2026. Bombshell announcement, President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths. Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Information, Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Friday, March 20, 2026, Chuck Schumer has once again voted no on reopening DHS, all but guaranteeing the funding bill will fail, and TSA chaos will get worse. Everyone standing in those 3-hour TSA lines should pass that time by repeatedly calling Chuck Schumer's office, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram Free. March 20, 2026 Fox News, President Trump's hard pressure. 6 American allies just pledged full support to secure the Strait of Hormuz shipping lanes. Friday 20th of March 2026, the Federal Reserve is the biggest financial scam in U.S. history, a private cartel pretending to be governmental, while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 in a secret meeting at Jekyll Island between bankers Morgan, Rockefeller, and Warburg, it turned America into a debt machine for the banking cartel. It was signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. Friday, March 20, 2026, the U.S. House just passed legislation to deport migrants who commit fraud against America, welfare scams, fake claims, document fraud, you name it. 186 Dems voted number 186 traitors who'd rather protect foreign fraudsters than American taxpayers. Friday, March 20, 2026 The United States produces nearly 22 million barrels of oil per day. More than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, 22% of total world production from one country. America consumes 20 million and produces 22 million. A net exporter. China consumes 15 million and produces 5. A 10 million barrel per day deficit that has to come from somewhere. Now add Venezuela. 303 billion barrels of proved reserves, the largest on Earth, and Trump took operational control. The Jones Act is waived. The tanker fleet is unlocked. China is rationing. America is exporting, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Friday, March 20, 2026 Declassified CIA files from 1965 expose secret U.S. weather control programs, detailing chemical seeding of hurricanes and monsoons, leading to today's chemtrail warfare operations. This has DARPA written all over it, as heavy metals poison our planet and the population. LBJ declared, "He who controls the weather will control the world." Patriot World on Telegram. Stealing personal data on more than 100,000 voters, including names, social security numbers, and driver's licenses. The perpetrators even posted a video online demonstrating how to use the stolen identities to create fraudulent UACAVA, overseas, ballots. Despite this, then CISA Director Chris Krebs publicly testified the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history, while FBI Director Chris Wray and others remained silent. The breach was reportedly omitted from official advisories, Krebs' 2021 Cyber Risk Summary, and public statements, only surfacing years later in a 2021 indictment, unsealed in 2025. The Gateway pundit has independently verified the legitimacy of the stolen data shown in the Iranian video. These allegations raise urgent questions about transparency, accountability, and foreign interference in our elections. Congress must act, starting with stronger safeguards like the Save America Act, get rid of electronic machines, mail-in ballots, and use paper ballots only. What's really behind the Iran war, 9/11, bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 and the Benghazi massacre? The official story of 9/11, on September 11, 2001, a coordinated series of Islamic terrorist suicide attacks were perpetrated by Al-Qaeda against the United States. 19 terrorists hijacked 4 airliners, and then flew one into each of the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in New York City. The third plane crashed into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the United States Department of Defense, in Arlington County, Virginia. The fourth plane was downed by its brave patriotic passenger/victims in a rural Pennsylvania field. The 9/11 attacks, which killed 2,977 people and injured thousands more, were blamed on Osama bin Laden, a violent terrorist and founder of Al-Qaeda. 10 years later, on May 1, 2011, bin Laden, or a body double, was supposedly taken down by the U.S. military SEAL Team 6. Though, bin Laden might not have been the real bin Laden, and it turned out that it was SEAL Team 6's turn to be killed about 3 months later. Intel now revealed that Director of the CIA John Brennan asked Iran, which had been harboring bin Laden, to set him up in Pakistan for Obama to get a photo trophy to help with his re-election. Then, Iran extorted the Obama administration for $1.52 billion to keep the secret. It was paid in cash by Obama. On May 24, 2011, the Obama administration, Biden, leaked operational details and who in the SEAL Team 6 operational forces were involved in taking out bin Laden. Then 3 months later, on August 6, 2011, 33 individuals, including 22 Navy SEALs with knowledge of the bin Laden scandal, were sent on a slow, heavy Chinook helicopter to a village in Afghanistan where they were shot down like a sitting duck. A Stinger missile found in wreckage was traced back to the CIA. Around a year later, on, coincidentally, September 11, 2012, Benghazi happened. Further intel exposed that the Benghazi massacre was a cover for Obama/Biden/Clinton/Pelosi/Soros gun and missile running ring that fed weapons to various terrorist groups. The $1.52 billion Obama paid Iran to keep the 9/11, bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 and Benghazi massacre secret was paid in cash by Obama. The money went toward building up Iran's nuclear capability. Iran had been shouting death to America for 47 years before Trump finally took action to destroy their military capability. That was only one of Trump's multiple accomplishments, and there's a lot more to come. Though, he was not alone. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and his son JFK Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. Along with President Trump, the Kennedys headed the Q movement to ensure the greatest financial shift in world history took place with a 209-nation global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currency, that took back taxpayer monies controlled by the bad guys since the beginning of the global financial system. The GCR ensured the people's monies went back to and for good of the people. Buy fiat dollar. Buy corrupt global banking cartel. Even more important, the Q movement was restoring America back to the original concepts of the Constitution via the U.S. Constitutional Republic, appointing Trump as Commander-in-Chief and JFK Jr. as his VP. That goal came to fruition on Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026, as the cabal crumbled when over 500,000 Satan worshippers were under arrest by Trump's global military alliance. Many had already undergone military tribunals, sentencing and hung as traitors to the Republic. As of Thursday, March 19, 2026, over 500,000 Satanic Network members were in custody worldwide. Raids had hit Rome, Brussels, London and D.C. Wednesday 18 March evening, according to the Emergency Broadcast System platform on Telegram. Those incarcerations and military tribunals ensured the Thursday, March 19, 2026 release of Nizar/Jazar law payouts and debt forgiveness around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS was said to have begun. That would be followed by 10 to 12 days of darkness where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The new Starlink satellite system would soon carry through RV. radio and internet across the globe, truth documentaries on World Economic Forum crimes, illegal biolabs, election fraud, child rescue operations and elite tribunals. It was advised to stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer. A possible timing: on Saturday, March 14, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, was unveiled in worldwide broadcast, igniting gold-backed revolution across 209 nations. On Friday, March 20, 2026, EBS documentaries across worldwide TV, radio and internet began 24/7 for 3 days, shattering illusions. A worldwide lockdown secured global military alliance operations. On Saturday, March 21, 2026, EBS activates during 10 days of darkness, exposing the cabal's fall, fiat currency end and freedom's dawn. Martial law enables worldwide pedophile arrests as 8-hour documentaries in 22 languages reveal the satanic deep state agenda. Jazzara payouts drop during 48-hour blackout. Humanitarian surges fund anti-trafficking. BRICS announce exchanges, ZIM, dinar, dong redeem at official redemption centers. Quantum cards link QFS. Scams exposed, no fees for patriots. On Tuesday, March 24, 2026, Nizara blessings unfold, no income tax, tariffs fund nation. 14% sales tax new goods. SCOTUS smashed, Trump's tariffs live. Frauds busted. On Friday, March 27, 2026, final arrests, million troops alert. Marines deploy, chemtrail bans in 31 states. Fraud exposures fuel fire. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the fiat U.S. Federal Reserve note will be delisted as per Congress passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. The new gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note in the Quantum Financial System activates worldwide. Quantum Financial System, Global Currency Reset, Thursday, March 19, 2026, with the historic midnight passage of H.R. 7741, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. Vice President J.D. Vance verified that the Federal Reserve U.S. note would be delisted as legal tender on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. In line with the fiat U.S. dollar no longer worth anything by April. The gold/asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the new U.S. note of the new Quantum Financial System, QFS, would activate worldwide on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. See Thursday, March 19, 2026. Bruce, the big call. 4 different sources were saying the same thing. Monday 24th of March or Tuesday 25th of March, the email notifications will go out to Tier 4B, us the Internet Group, Currency and ZIM holders to set their exchange appointments. Another source said it would happen on Wednesday 26th of March. Everything will be wrapped up this week: Iran war, Cuba and Tier 4B currency and ZIM holder appointments to exchange. Everyone who has an email who bought currency or ZIM will get an email from Wells Fargo on how to set your exchange/redemption appointment. Doge, R&R, tariff dividends. ZIM holders have to exchange at a redemption center, not a bank, so they can move the money into your Quantum account. Banks can't do that. You will get a Quantum card and a Q phone at the redemption center so you can access your money. Some redemption centers are separate from a bank and some are connected to a bank. Thursday, March 19, 2026. The hashtag QFS is the takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery and control over the populace. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on monetary system, and for that purpose, a system comprises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks is needed. Quantum Financial System would be a breakthrough in the world of banking which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS will not be influenced by government policies. Rather, it will be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere piece of papers which have no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act, Nizar and Jazzara connected on Telegram. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Banks cannot set you up on the new global financial system. That can only be done at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. G2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken, the true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars and rumors of wars. Thursday, March 19, 2026, Iran says U.S.-Israeli missile stuck its Bushehr nuclear power plant, the Great Awakening on Telegram. Guru Information and Intel K. Thursday, March 19, 2026 Media Greer, a retired police commissioner handed over a shocking dossier naming 350 serving UK Parliament members deep in pedophilia. It went straight to Trump's team years ago. They already had it and waited for the perfect moment. These monsters faced secret military tribunals back in 2021 and 2022 during the lockdowns when it was easy to round them up. Now we watch actors and clones play their roles in public, including Prince Andrew, all to gently wake the sleeping masses without panic. The royal family is crumbling before our eyes. King Charles, tied forever to Jimmy Savile, has been stripped of almost every title while the clones glitch on camera to jolt everyone awake. Police forces run as private profit companies splitting fines with corrupt officials instead of protecting citizens. Trump's white hats infiltrated the UK system nearly 10 years ago, mapping every good cop against the rotten tops. Grooming gangs and elite child trafficking rings involving politicians and judges were shielded until the real bosses fell. Patriots, this whole nightmare unfolds as one giant movie pantomime for the public to finally see. Sit back with your popcorn because the final act is here. The Ayatollah works hand in hand with Trump, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel is coming fast and it will end their dark control forever. Fake Jews operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire face total exposure right now. Disney tunnels, Branson networks, Epstein Islands and the Madeleine McCann files all hide the same horror: child sacrifice, adrenochrome harvesting and ritual abuse on a scale that will make you sick. Michael Jackson built Neverland as a safe haven to protect kids from these monsters, and they destroyed him for it. Light is flooding every dark corner. The global currency reset was already unfolding, turning the fiat US dollar into gold/asset-backed, as would be the currencies of 209 participating nations by Wednesday, April 1, 2026. The US was no longer the cabal's debt machine. Trump's global military alliance was advancing mass arrests worldwide of deep state Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors who have controlled the global monetary system since its beginning. Worldwide temporary martial law would secure the people during the coming global lockdown for those mass arrests. Patriots were urged to stock food, cash and essentials for 10 to 12 days as the EBS prepared to broadcast undeniable truth about what was going on with those Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. That exposure included Cuba's grid collapse and the British monarchy fall, along with Hollywood and Rothschild strongholds. Victory in ears. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Israel has been named as responsible for the bombing of the largest LNG plant in the world in Qatar. It was estimated that 50% of the world will go without fuel. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Major travel crisis. 100,000 plus Homeland Security workers were not getting paid. Over 300 TSA workers have quit their jobs to work where they can be paid and support their families. Americans were stuck in hours-long security lines at airports, all because Democrats have refused to fund national security workers. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Insane. A government contract awarded to clean up the fire debris after the Lahaina, Maui fires went to a company that was paid more than the cost to rebuild each home, almost $1.5 million per lot just to clean up. It's the same company doing the LA fire cleanup. What are the odds? This one is gonna blow your mind. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers paid $396 million to ECC, the same company who's doing the LA fire cleanup, to clear 268 lots. That's almost $1.5 million per lot. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Insane. American taxpayers paid $50 billion for the Black Lives Matter street protests orchestrated with money laundered to NGOs. NGOs simulated ways to weaponize race relations in America in case a clear Trump win was coming. It was all planned and paid for. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Breaking alert. Children of Iran's regime leaders are teaching and studying in America's elite U.S. universities, while their parents call for death to America. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Bombshell announcement. Pete Hegseth tears into anti-American media in powerful war speech. You, the Patriots, are my audience today. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Bombshell strategy. Scott Bessent announces U.S. to unleash Iran's own oil against them. 140 million barrels turned into a weapon. We have lots of levers. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Breaking. UK, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands and Japan fall in line, back Trump to crush Iran's straight blockade from silence to action. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Breaking intel drop. Trump moves to pardon Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who exposed the deep state may finally come home. Boom. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Nuclear bombshell. Since 1871, we were born as corporate slaves. The Great Awakening exposes the system and reclaims human sovereignty. And voter fraud. Thursday, March 19, 2026. Democrats will do anything to block national voter ID laws, including the Save America Act. 20 public officials stole elections by buying votes, spending $400,000 to purchase 8,000 votes across several elections. Barack Obama qualified for the primary with 534 signatures. The prosecutor discovered, 3 years later, that 100 to 200 of those signatures were forged. Barack Obama was never qualified for the primary in Indiana. Meaning Barack Obama was not president. He is not president, much less a former president. Alex Jones on Telegram.
These people off once and for all. So I want to start this week with a message from the Dragon family to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. You have been provided with bonds. This is based on gold that we have handed over to you. And if you do not honor these bonds, it means you will be supporting, and as such, you will be considered a war criminal and you will be hunted down. So, Scott Bessent, if you do not honor those bonds, you and any other members of the Treasury Department who block this will be actively hunted down as war criminals. This is the only warning you will get. Next time, it'll just be a knock on your door. And what people in the United States need to understand is that if the Dragon family bonds are released, then the U.S. will be out of bankruptcy, all your debts will be written off, unlimited funds will be available for rebuilding U.S. infrastructure, for rebuilding the U.S. economy, and the state of Israel, which is satanic, will be replaced by a multi-ethnic, multi-religious state of Judea. This is what is at stake. And if Scott Bessent continues blocking it, and any other members of the Trump administration continue blocking it, they will be hunted down. And if you're in the U.S. military, you need to understand that the current fraud in Florida is not Donald Trump. The real Donald Trump was 6'3". This guy's 5'8". He's a fake. He's not your supreme commander. Now, I know that the U.S. Navy is no longer obeying this fraud. He ordered them to protect ships in the Straits of Hormuz, and the Navy refused outright. The U.S. Army is also not going to send troops on the ground to fight for this satanic regime. And the Air Force commanders who are still obeying these criminals are war criminals, and they will be executed for treason. They will face the death penalty. So if you're in the Air Force, you better start disobeying illegal orders, or you will be executed as a war criminal. Okay? This is going to happen. The majority of the military is not with the campaign. And now we need to understand exactly what we're dealing with so that people understand this has nothing to do with the United States. First of all, Chabad is a cult that believes we are cattle. That means that they can. It doesn't matter, and this is this is real. So, for example, if you take a look at this clip about how they're skinning Palestinians, they're literally harvesting the skin off of Palestinian people. These are the kind of people we are fighting. Okay, they're not religious people. They are Satanists. And not only that, they are banning Christianity. They're threatening to put people in jail for promoting Christianity in Israel. That's who we are dealing with. And this is not going to be allowed to continue. And the other thing I want to point out is that this has nothing to do with the Jews or Judaism. These people are not Jews. Okay, here you can watch a gathering of 10,000 Jews under the Grand Rabbi Aaron Teitelbaum, showing that the Jews do not support Israel and do not support Zionism. It is a blasphemy. Okay? And we now know that Donald Trump is a member of this Chabad cult. And not only that, the Justice Department has just released, I'm talking about the fake Trump we're seeing now in Florida, not the real one. Okay? They've had him around for a long time. And this war is definitely ending. We're getting more and more credible reports that now, I've been reluctant to say this, but this photograph emerged of what appears to be his dead body. He has not appeared or updated his site for 3 days or 4 days now. Usually he would put up about 3 updates per day. And, this video also has emerged of the headquarters where they, hide during wartime has been destroyed by an Iranian missile. So hopefully that will be the end of that. But until the Iranian military moves in and cleans up on the ground, this will not be over. Now, the other thing is, I need to inform the people of Turkey that there's something wrong with your leader, Recep Erdogan. He is either compromised by Israel or he's a fake who will replace the original Erdogan. And this can be seen because when Israel attacked Turkey, he tried to blame Iran. That shows that he is a compromised asset. You need to remove him, and you need to join with the Iranians to move into Israel and liberate the people there. Now, about 2 million Israelis have fled the country. That's 1 out of 5 people. Most of them have been underground for more than 10 days. God knows how many have died, but the cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa have been completely destroyed. And also the United Arab Emirates, which is run by satanic crypto Jews, is also being destroyed. It is not a real Arab country, and its leader will have to surrender. And the government of Bahrain has fallen. So this is going to end, but we really need to move in to Florida and finish off the fake Donald Trump and his handlers. And also, you know, listen to this former CIA operations director, John Stockwell, talk about what the U.S. has been doing around the world. So the United States, run by this criminal cult, Chabad, has been the main source of terrorism in the world for a very long time. They don't think we're human, and we are being forced to defend ourselves. So we need to, send troops into Florida. We need to capture these people. We need to send troops into Israel. We need to finish this. This cannot be allowed to continue. And again, they basically started this war to cover up the Epstein files, which is, everybody knows this now. They were torturing children. This is the kind of people we're dealing with. This is not something where you just be an armchair warrior. Every one of us needs to take what action we can, personally and directly, to finish this off. And then, once again, as I said at the beginning, the Dragon family will be willing to provide unlimited funding. There will be no debt or payments by the American or European people. They will just be freed from a criminal network that has taken them over. And no matter what, they've already faced a military defeat, and they're not going to be able to start World War III, which is what they actually have come out of the closet and said, we want to start Armageddon, and their own writings say, and then enslaving the rest to bring on their, Lucifer. These aren't rational people, and you're not going to be able to debate with them. We need to capture them. We need to remove them from power. If you are in the U.S. military, you must not obey these criminals. They are not Americans, and they don't have the United States interests in mind. So we are close. I think we can end this soon. But no matter what, we're not going to let them start a nuclear holocaust. And don't worry about Israeli nuclear blackmail, because that has been neutralized. And even if they do manage to set off a few nukes, then Israel will cease to exist. One bomb is enough to completely obliterate that entire nation. And so if you're in a position to control those nukes, make sure they're not used. The other thing is, I'm getting multiple warnings from high-level sources in the U.S. military white hats that the Khazarian mafia, the Israelis, are planning a massive false flag attack in the United States, which they will try to blame on Iran. But at this point, nobody's being fooled. They're not, I was fooled in 9/11. I said, we got to go get bin Laden. And so were most of us. Now, nobody is fooled. Their false flags are going to be directly traced to them, and they will be made responsible. So they are planning something very nasty in the United States, and I recommend that the U.S. military and police authorities monitor all Chabad Lubavitch synagogues, because that's where these people are coming from. They don't think we're human, and they have to, and they're not Jewish, okay? So my advice is to go in to all the Chabad synagogues of Satan and round everyone up, put them in a holding cell until they can be questioned, and then we can end this. But I believe humanity is about to be liberated, and we're about to wake up from a long and terrible nightmare. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Evan, we have our first question for today. In my opinion, Mark Carney did not really condemn the Israeli and U.S. attack on Iran, only that they did not consult the United Nations, but condemned Iran's response to the attack. His voice lacked any real conviction, like most Western leaders who are forced to read the Zionist script. What are your thoughts on this and Carney right now?
Well, Carney has been visiting Epstein Island, so they have some sort of blackmail over him, which is why he is being forced to pull his punches. Personally, I'd like to see David McGuinty, the Canadian Defense Minister, remove Carney until his blackmail can be exposed, and help with, work with the U.S. military white hats and the British military white hats to end the control of the Anglo-Saxon military by Satanists and by blackmailed pedophiles such as Keir Starmer. So clearly they've got some dirt on Carney, although, he's trying very hard, despite the blackmail, to do what he can, but because he's compromised, he needs to step aside. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Are the White Hats currently on the side of Trump and Israel? And if they're on the side of Trump, are they on the side of the real Trump or the fake Trump? And who do you think is the Trump right now making the decisions in the White House?
The real Trump was with the White Hats, and he was critical of Israel. And like I keep saying, he has not been seen since June of 2025 when he went to a G7 meeting in Canada, and I suspect that Carney had something to do with his disappearance. And the Trump we're seeing now is very clearly not a white hat. He's working for the dark side, and he's trying to start because his group does not want to lose control of the financial system and the source of their power, and they are desperately trying to. The one we're seeing now is not a white hat, and we have been unable to find or get contact with the real Donald Trump since June of 2025. We've been trying, we can't find him. Next question.
Hi, Ben. So we know that Mossad, the CIA, and MI6 are corrupt. Why do you always seem to quote information from sources that we know are corrupt? Then you say the P3 Freemasons are giving you intel. How can anything that they say be legitimate? As for your Army veteran McGinnis, he is a Hamas supporter and converted to Islam. Iran has been the safe harbor and financier for worldwide terrorism since its horrific takeover of the country. The citizens of Iran are celebrating everywhere around the world, and you have seemingly posted fake poll numbers that have to be wrong. More people in the world are grateful to be rid of the insane extremist Muslims than are against it. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, as a journalist, I have to talk to all sides, and I have direct contacts with people in Mossad and MI6 and the CIA and military intelligence, as well as with the Iranians, and I try, of course, each one of them will try to send me disinformation, but the fact is, there are white hats in all of these groups, and they are fighting for the good of humanity, and I try to make sure to filter out disinformation they provide me with, but if some gets through, my readers will point it out and I'll issue a correction. But, there are a lot of white hats in these agencies, and we're working to get rid of the dark hats who are trying to lead us into World War III. As far as your claims about Iran being the source of terrorism, there's just no evidence for that, none whatsoever. All that has been blamed on Iran has been traced ultimately to Israel and to the Mossad dark hats. So you're being fooled by propaganda. And the other thing is, these Chabad occultists have been trying to start a war between Muslims and Christians in order to kill 90% of humanity. So they are the ones behind this campaign to vilify Islam. And Islam is not, if you really study what it really means, there's nothing to be worried about real Islam. These fake Islamic extremists work for Israel. They're not Muslims. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Whatever happens to all of those secret dragon families, we really haven't heard a whole lot about them recently. Is there a reason for this? Have they gone underground? We would like an update.
No, the dragon families are on the case. As I've mentioned in my talk, they have presented the U.S. Treasury with ultimatums and bonds that can be used to finance a massive project to turn this planet into heaven and earth. And the other thing is, of course, the reason why the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. military has been destroyed in the Middle East is because of help from the dragon families. The Iranians could not have destroyed all the U.S. military bases in the Middle East alone. And they could not have shot down all those U.S. airplanes alone. They have Russian and Chinese help, and that is because of the dragon family. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Do you believe the sentiment that it's the Satanist Zionists that are controlling the world? So many other celebrities and public figures seem to believe this and are extremely careful about what they say in terms of criticizing the state of Israel. People like Andrew Tate and other various celebrities that have recently come to light have gotten in trouble for criticizing Israel or even deplatformed. Do you also believe that Israel and that Charlie Kirk's wife is a Mossad agent?
Well, the problem is people who criticize Israel and they're, so prominent people are very scared. And those who do come out openly against Israel need to take care of themselves. So, but this is going to end. And the other thing is these people do not control the world. They control the central banks, and that's what we need to remove their control of. But right now, 85% of humanity is no longer under their control. So the only thing they control is part of the West, and it's that control that we are trying to end. And this means replacing Israel with the state of Judea, and that's what is going to happen. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Except one more thing. Google has been falsely blocking our site, and that means they're supporting war criminals, and we will make the Google management criminally responsible for this blatant censorship of the truth. And if you don't remove that block on our site, we will make sure you go to jail. Okay, well, that's...
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. President John F. Kennedy Sr. and son, JFK Jr., alive and running the Q movement. Rolling EBS blackout in effect. Nasara Jasara debt-free payouts. Live worldwide. Prepare for 3-day lockdown. 10 to 12 days of communication darkness. While Trump's global military alliance makes mass arrests of pedophile, traitor, deep state global elites. Judy note, President John F. Kennedy Sr. and John F. Kennedy Jr. were said to be alive, both thriving under the White Hat Victim Witness Protection Program. At least that's what Carolyn Bessette Kennedy claimed. Miss Kennedy ought to know she was reported to have gone down with her husband and sister in that plane crash so many years ago, but evidently not. JFK Sr. was alive and thriving under White Hat military protection in the Victim Witness Program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White Hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram, Wednesday, March 18, 2026. What Bessette didn't say, and most Anons were aware of, was that her husband and father-in-law, along with the President Donald Trump, were heading the greatest financial shift in world history, plus restoring the U.S. constitutional republic with Trump as commander-in-chief and JFK Jr. as his VP. That fight was coming to a climax. Wednesday evening, March 18, 2026, was the night that cabal crumbled and Nasara Jasara payouts and debt forgiveness went live around the globe. A rolling worldwide EBS began at midnight Wednesday, along with 10 to 12 days of darkness, where all media was rerouted through Starlink. The 10 to 12 days of blackout was accompanied by bank closures, ATMs not working in temporary martial law, while the global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile traitors. The first EBS broadcast will be the raids, live, uncensored footage of the main characters of the global child trafficking ring being dragged into the light. The green light on the Empire State Building Wednesday night was a transmission, a warning to some, confirmation to others. The sky above New York was pulsing, a frequency shift you can feel in your bones. For the next 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, financial system that enslaved you, all of it unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. The The above about the Kennedys being alive and running the Q movement should not be all that surprising. So much truth has been kept from the public in this war of good against evil. Tuesday, March 17th, Bruce, the big call. Bank of America and Chase Banks were finally connected to the QFS at 4 a.m. Monday morning, March 16th, 2026. 93 banks in Europe were not connected to the QFS and would likely never be. A Wells Fargo paymaster predicted we would be notified Wednesday, March 18th or Thursday, March 19th. A military contact said we would be notified before Friday, March 20th. Bondholders have been told they would have usable funds on Wednesday or Thursday. Wednesday, March 18th, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through U.S. Treasury-aligned channels since 2018, stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. These assets were never recorded in public balance sheets. They were transferred through defense contractors, sovereign funds, and restructured under emergency authorization protocols. Internal documents link these holdings directly to the ISO 20022 transition framework, preparing a fully asset-backed settlement layer. This reserve was not built for the current system. It was built for what comes next. Wednesday, March 18th, boom, RV military op. The new financial system, step out of the matrix and into the golden age. Dinar, Dong, and Zim, GCR, the alliance. The White Hats military, Trump Tier 4B, activated on Telegram. Boom, the White Hats are leading the charge in the global currency reset with a military operation to bring down the corrupt financial system. Get ready for the revaluation of the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim. This is being described as the moment to break free from the old system and step into a new era of prosperity, freedom, and wealth redistribution. The global revolution has begun. Prepare for the greatest shift in human history. The financial reset many have been talking about is presented as a complete transformation of the system. The golden age is said to be on the horizon, where humanity reclaims control over its economic future. The Great Awakening, humanity is waking up to the truth. The old financial structure built on debt and control is being challenged. Many believe the world is entering a period where people recognize their own power and the system begins to change. The global currency reset, a complete overhaul of the financial system. Supporters say the shift moves from fiat currencies controlled by central banks to a system backed by real assets, such as gold and silver connected to the quantum financial system. The quantum financial system, QFS, the future of money is digital, described as decentralized and secure. The QFS uses advanced ledger technology to create transparent and fast global transactions, with networks like Stellar playing a role in global financial connectivity. The key players, Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim, these currencies are said to be at the center of the revaluation event, potentially triggering large-scale wealth realignment and supporting global humanitarian projects. The revolution has begun and many believe there is no stopping it. The old world is changing and a new era of economic freedom and global cooperation is being discussed. As the future stands strong, stay aware and watch as history continues to unfold. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves We, the people, through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn. No more shadows. No two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law. Common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. The Iranian regime just collapsed. Now Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is dead. White Hat Special Forces struck his bunker at 3:33 EET. He was executed on the spot. Iran has surrendered. The Islamic Republic is finished. Wednesday, March 18th, Operation Epic Fury. Hours ago, U.S. forces successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles in these sites posed a risk to international shipping in the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Wednesday, March 28th, 107. Trump breaking news, 3/18/26. All hell is breaking loose in 48 hours. 107 on Telegram. 107 has issued a critical update revealing that President Trump is in no position to bow to the crazy demands coming from the Iranian regime. The mullahs are pushing for full American withdrawal from the Middle East along with enormous payoffs and other insane concessions. According to the latest intelligence, all hell is breaking loose in the next 48 hours. These regime leaders are operating in a suicidal frenzy. They're pushing the world to the absolute edge, apparently hoping for some messianic arrival or even alien intervention to save them from what is coming. This fits perfectly with their apocalyptic religion that requires bringing the planet to total destruction before their savior appears. The Iranian people have suffered tremendously under this cult. Iran holds deep biblical significance as the land of Esther and the burial place of the prophet Daniel. Right now it has the fastest growing Christian population anywhere on earth. After the regime's savage crackdowns during the uprisings several years back, which killed between 60,000 and 70,000 innocent souls, especially targeting women with unbelievable brutality, a powerful underground resistance formed. This resistance has sent a clear and terrifying message to police and military officials. They know where the families of the oppressors live and will not hesitate to strike back. The fight has intensified once again as the people see their moment of opportunity under President Trump. Trump has repeatedly stated that this is the time for the Iranian citizen to rise up and remove these dictators who do not speak for them. The regime has sponsored global terrorism since the fall of the Shah. In the Congo alone, over 20 million Christians were slaughtered with Iranian support alongside other militant groups. Similar terror networks run through South America via Venezuela. Neutralizing Iran is essential for any real world peace. The mullahs continue issuing nuclear and biological weapons threats. Trump and the White Hats are taking them deadly serious. Precision strikes are currently destroying key facilities while minimizing civilian harm. Chinese deep state assets and infrastructure that allowed control over Iranian ports and oil are being systematically eliminated. This surgical approach ensures that when reconstruction begins, the Iranian people will rebuild on their own terms without cabal influence. Trump will structure the recovery so Iran repays every cent, keeping the burden off American taxpayers while securing lasting freedom. Meanwhile, the globalist forces are desperately attacking the patriot community. Soros money and foreign interests are funding efforts to divide and demoralize MAGA supporters through various influencers. Yet the White Hats have already achieved massive victories by sending dangerous gang leaders like Trendo Ragwa directly to Gitmo and disrupting terror cells across the country. The original installation of the Khomeini regime was a deep state operation, engineered during his time in French exile. That long-term chaos plan is now collapsing. A massive Christian awakening combined with military precision is bringing biblical justice to the region. Patriots, the storm is upon us, and Trump is executing the final phase. The deep state is in total panic as their Iranian stronghold crumbles. Stay strong, trust the plan, and prepare for the greatest awakening in history. Victory is closer than ever.
We're seeing Iran at the moment respond to the attacks that are coming in from Israel, backed up by America. And this is all part of the exposure. But why is it happening? I'll tell you why. They don't want you looking at the Epstein files. I know there's 6 million pages out there, but you're being distracted away from it because what's in the Epstein files will blow your mind. Because it's not just about children, child trafficking, human trafficking. It's about election rigging, fraud, the corruption of politicians, etc., etc., etc. There is so much information there. You'll need AI to even start to go through it. But don't be distracted. This war is all about distracting you away from the truth.
Wednesday, March 18, 2026, 107 High Alert. Shares never before heard. Trump and U.S. military intel, Medea Greer. Hello there, beautiful souls. It's me, Medea Greer, and if we haven't crossed paths before, let me assure you it's no coincidence that you've landed here today. I've spent every sunrise and sunset of my life on a tireless quest, seeking out the radiant essence of truth in this vast, dazzling universe of ours. In a powerful gathering on March 18, 2026, 107 shared explosive, never-before-heard intel on President Trump and U.S. military operations with patriots immersed in spiritual warfare. These revelations confirm the White Hats have the plan under full control, and the deep state is collapsing rapidly. Juan explained how President Trump must work within the system using congressionally approved advisors while cleverly challenging corrupt elements like Fauci. Health policy moves were 4D chess strategies to expose frauds and protect the public, while military operations positioned as truths emerge daily. Military actions in Iran target deep state and Chinese infrastructure, freeing the country as Christianity grows at unprecedented rates. Parallel efforts in Venezuela, Cuba, and Mexico stop fentanyl flows, and child exploitation rings threatening American families. Massive school bond crisis will hit banks harder than 2008, paving the way for the reset. Trump is set to abolish the IRS and taxes on Social Security. Silver will rocket above $300 an ounce soon, rewarding those patriots who prepare. Juan emphasized keeping the body in top condition through natural methods that recently transformed his health, essential for the battles. May 17, 2026 sees Trump calling for rededication at the National Mall, beginning the Jubilee year with intense prayer over 49 days to July 4th. This aligns perfectly for spiritual revival. The 2020 fight climaxes now. No weapon prospers. Patriots, the storm is upon us. Deep state falls, awakening surges. Hold the line. Best is yet to come.
I was going slow on this. I've been on this for years, but even over the last year and a half or so, while we got our ducks in a row, it's a bit complex, but it boils down to this. In the U.S., 85% of the bond fraud that's going on in the U.S. Involving bonds, it's all tied to schools, school districts. And that bond fraud is so extensive that at a bare ass minimum, you'll lose 600 banks. One of the fixes that occurred within the 2008 repair process was they started doing stress tests on the banks. And they required that the banks now have to hold 60% of their cash in bonds, government issued bonds, where they're securitized. The government's going to make sure they get paid. Well, what's the biggest bond market that the U.S. has? It's related to schools, public schools. And so they're required to hold these. The problem is they've been rolling these bonds over where they don't have to pay principal or interest in many cases, and they're just a balloon payment at the end. And many of these have been going on now for a couple of decades. And the problem is that the number that's owed now just in interest is so great that there's not enough money in many of the counties across the country. If you took all the money from all the people in the county, they couldn't service the interest on these bonds that are owed. So you have reached a point literally of no return. It's only a matter of time now before this whole thing blows apart in an unbelievable way. In the case of bonds, bonds were considered little old ladies, children, somebody that, they're not sophisticated. They can't look at this day to day, and they got to have the money, retirement 401ks and like that. And so you'd have this, bond investments, small return, low risk. Because it's low risk, the banks were required after 2008 as part of the protection to carry 60% of their cash deposits in bonds. The problem is the bonds aren't worth the paper they're printed on. In fact, if you liquidated everything out just as it sits right now, real value, cashable value of the bonds is somewhere down around 13 to 15%. And that's the cash value. There's not enough, unlike, say, a water district where they're selling the water as a utility, electrical district where they're generating, payments from customers like that. The schools, what generates the payments to service those bonds is taxes on the property. And at the core of the problem, you have districts all over the country where they have artificially continued to hike the values of the houses, the reported values, therefore the taxable value artificially. And it doesn't fit the guidelines. It's a little wonky here, but think about what I'm saying for a second. If you have certain employers in a neighborhood, let's say it's Amazon and the golf shop and a car dealer and some restaurants and some law firms, you take the median income of the people that live in that area, and you look at what they can support as far as taxes for property taxes. Even if you're a renter, the guy that owns the building that you're renting from, his rents are based on what people can afford to pay. Right. And then the value of the building's based on that. So what they've been doing is this game where they keep upping the property values for assessment purposes. And everybody's kind of been going along with, but now the assessments are going up and up and up, and they're not tied to real revenue in the areas. And so your property taxes are becoming unwieldy, more than you can afford to pay. For example, in Colorado, property taxes in the last year went up on an average of 40%.
Wow.
Now think about that. How many years can you do that? And they're saying they have to up it again next year and the year after. So what's happening? And it's tied precisely, directly, specifically to public schools.
Yep.
So with that in mind, there is a limit. People still have to eat. They still have other taxes they have to pay. They still have to be able to function. If you're retired, living off a fixed income, which is tied to the bonds in your 401k or whatever, you might be toast. And if you have money in the bank and the bank goes bankrupt, even your deposits in the bank, while the FDI insures stuff, if all the banks fail at those kind of numbers simultaneously, they have to print all this money to cover it. What happens to the value of everybody else's dollars when you print a lot of new dollars? It dilutes the value of the other dollars. So now you have a value crisis. When I say that metals are critical for everybody here at this moment in time, it's because you're really looking at some variation of the Weimar Republic in Germany. Talking to Ohio Brett about this just the other day. You have an existential crisis. It's an L event. It's an extinction level event within the monetary community that we're right on the brink of. It won't wait till 2031 or 32. Just 2 days ago, 33 billion in U.S. Treasury bonds were purchased by the Treasury because on the open market, there was no buyers for those bonds at the numbers that we wanted to keep the interest rate at, so we bought them back ourselves. That can't happen very many times. There's a crisis looming that is beyond most people's even vision to, visualize what this could look like within the way that our government, our society functions. And at the core is the school bonds. And now you see the end of it, and it's for the children. America has been bankrupted, and you're about to have a existential life and death experience for America in a way that it defies almost explanation.
Wednesday, March 18, 2026. Explosive intel confirms JFK Sr. alive, thriving under White Hat military protection in the Victim Witness Program after surviving the deep state hit decades ago. White Hats never stopped fighting. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Trump stands as commander-in-chief of the restored republic with JFK Jr. poised to step forward as vice president. The greatest reveal patriots have awaited. We're in divine hands. God wins. The global currency reset ignites now, launching the gold-backed quantum financial system across 209 nations. Trump seized control from the cabal's Federal Reserve stranglehold, restoring sovereign treasury power. Income tax abolished forever, replaced by fair tariffs and a low sales tax on new goods only. Deep state puppets scream as their fiat empire crumbles. Martial law clamps down worldwide to secure the transition. Global military alliance under Trump activates final phase. Mass arrests of cabal elites, pedophile networks exposed and dismantled, traitors in chains. No escape. The storm is here. Emergency broadcast system via Starlink prepares to flood screens with undeniable truth. 10 days of darkness imminent. Power grids temporarily down for secure Nassar-Jassar rollout. Stock essentials, food, water, cash, generators. Banks go dark as old system dies. QFS takes over seamlessly. Jassara activates humanitarian relief on massive scale. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages delivered. Suppressed technologies released. Zim redemptions begin for humanitarian projects, followed by currency exchanges at sky-high rates. Free energy, clean water, advanced healing for all patriots. First, Trump and JFK Jr. lead the charge. Kennedy curse broken, family reunited in victory. The Republic rises, Constitution restored, freedom reborn. The end of tyranny is now. Patriots hold the line. The greatest awakening in history unfolds. Where we go one, we go all. What we think we know is of Thursday, March 19th, 2026. I'm not an a-hole. I actually one of the nicest people you will ever meet. You are just pissed because I can see through your BS. Wednesday, March 18th, Senator Kennedy on spending cuts. Democrats left in silence as Kennedy brutally destroyed them on President Trump's spending cuts. Wednesday, March 18th, the Clinton Foundation unloaded FEMA's formaldehyde contaminated trailers from Hurricane Katrina to the victims in Haiti. Total of $12 to $16 billion was raised for the victims in Haiti, and new shelters were supposed to be built. Instead, to save money and allegedly pocket the difference, they took the trailers that were contaminated with formaldehyde from FEMA, from Hurricane Katrina, gave them to the schools and people in Haiti. They knew these trailers were contaminated. These shelters were supposed to be new construction. The people of Haiti received less than 2.8% of the $14 billion raised for them, and a total of only 7 small huts were built out of billions of dollars. The Schiff on Telegram. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking: Trump springs the NATO trap. We don't need them to crush Iran. Wednesday, March 18th, Intel confirmed Iranian terror masterminds strike out. Minister Esmail Khatib killed in overnight military strike. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking alert. Every American needs to watch this Tucker Carlson video. Iran war warning, AMG News. Wednesday, March 18th. Boom. Trump's Energy Act kicks in. U.S. sells Alaska oil and gas leases for the first time since 2019. March 18th, 2026. Wednesday, March 18th. Boom. Gitmo Thunder strikes. Meet Darcy Crandall, the deep state's worst nightmare. Wednesday, March 18th, breaking special report. House passes bill requiring automatic deportation for illegals who commit welfare fraud. 186. Wednesday, March 18th, delayed at the airport. Thank a Democrat. Democrats have voted repeatedly to protect criminal illegal aliens and prevent our own American TSA agents from getting paychecks. Democrats have chosen to make the American people suffer just so illegal aliens can stay in our country. More than 300 TSA agents have quit their job. They weren't getting paid and had to provide for their family. The MAGA Wire on Telegram. Wednesday, March 18, 2026. The real King Charles III was executed on February 10, 2023. Israel is last. Wednesday, March 18th. Israel has shut down the Church of the Holy Sepulchre indefinitely for the first time in the history of Christianity. Wednesday, March 18th, the Rothschilds sank the Titanic to set up the Federal Reserve. JFK secrets on Telegram. The Titanic was deliberately sunk to eliminate 3 billionaire men who opposed the Federal Reserve due to their wealth and influence. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, a sinister, elite-controlled private banking system to oversee all financial institutions. J.P. Morgan and the Titanic. J.P. Morgan, who funded and built the Titanic, canceled his voyage at the last moment, as did his friend Milton Hershey, who later expanded his food empire. The ship featured electromagnetic deck sealing, potentially trapping passengers below. Aftermath in the Federal Reserve. Post-Titanic, the Federal Reserve was established under questionable circumstances in 1914. John Jacob Astor IV, a Tesla supporter and critic of the Federal Reserve, being one of the wealthiest and most opposed. Wednesday, March 18th, on July 4th, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools. And this is solely because they don't want you digging about. The Great Reset is here. The U.S. no longer the cabal's debt machine. Soon, temporary martial law across every nation, secure food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days of possible lockdown, while Trump's global military alliance makes mass arrests worldwide. Time to obliterate the deep state. Do it, Q. Pray for the children. Where we go one, we go all. Pray for the troops and their families. God bless their commitment to peace and ensuring liberty for us all. Judy note, military intelligence has confirmed that when they raided the Clinton estate last week, they found a 7-mile high-speed rail dumb tunnel system built during the Clintons' White House years that directly connected to the White House and Oval Office. Live cams showed children's cases. Judy note, most of the links in my articles have been removed from the internet. I leave them in to let the reader know they once existed. Other news of Wednesday, March 18, 2026. On top of his gigantic, President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing on March 16, 2026, an executive order for a task force to eliminate fraud. He was targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. It was for these and many other reasons related to American security that at some time on Wednesday, March 18th, an announcement over the military emergency broadcast system was scheduled to hit cell phones worldwide. President Trump intended to expose Nassar Jassar laws, freeing peoples of the world from debt by returning stolen taxpayer monies back to the people. By that time, the EBS, which already has taken over all mainstream media, TV, radio, and internet worldwide, would proclaim that within the next 5 hours everyone needed to be home for a worldwide lockdown that would perhaps last 10 to 12 days. For the first 72 hours of those 10 to 12 days, 10 countries will broadcast 24/7 in 22 different languages. 8-hour documentaries that disclose what Trump's global military alliance has been doing to free the world from clutches of the Satan-worshipping Illuminati deep state global elite, and thus wake up the masses. The Trump alliance is already activated. POTUS was heading to Israel undercover to take command of the Temple Mount and reclaim it for God's true warriors. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has been confirmed dead. On Monday evening, March 16, 2026, Netanyahu was erased in a silent operation with no body, no trace, just divine vanishing. Every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity. Tier 4B ISO 20022 platform on Telegram. U.S. martial law has exploded into full force. Tanks were rolling on D.C. streets. Deep state hideouts have been vaporized by tactical strikes. On Tuesday, March 17th, Cuba's entire electrical grid collapsed, putting the country in a blackout for the first time since the U.S. blocked oil to the country. More of the global military alliance secret victories. The British monarchy has fallen. The Black Lordship of Rome has fallen. Hollywood is down. The Vatican has fallen. Dark Rothschild family members have fallen. Cabal bases are destroyed worldwide. Abused children were being saved all over the world. Orion 5 with 50 federal countries relentlessly hits the drug trade. Slaves in underground tunnels are freed all over the world. Money laundering will be prevented. Liberation of cabal countries like Serbia lately is a fact. In many countries, hundreds of pedophiles are arrested every day. Empire, powerful names are being collapsed. Humanity recognizes politicians who suppress the masses worldwide. Starlink to take over worldwide communications, TV, radio, internet for 10 to 12 days during military mass arrests. Tuesday, March 17th, Patriots, the moment many were warned about us is no longer ahead of us. It has begun. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Reports from multiple high-level channels indicate the final phase is now underway. Military White Hat operations, together with Space Force infrastructure, are taking control of the global communications network. The Starlink constellation is positioned and ready to deliver the information release. Legacy satellite systems tied to mainstream media are expected to go dark. Traditional broadcast towers are being phased out of the grid. The window for the 10 days of darkness is starting to open. This is operational. Localized power disruptions, temporary internet outages, and cell signal interruptions may occur as part of a coordinated shutdown designed to maintain civilian safety while major operations unfold. QFS synchronization at the highest levels is reportedly complete. Asset-backed financial frameworks are activating step by step. The old fiat system is reaching its final stage. Justice operations that began years ago are now moving fast. Individuals long suspected of corruption are said to be facing accountability. Detention facilities are fully operational. Military tribunals are accelerating behind closed doors. Faith remains central. Many believe this moment represents a historic turning point. Darkness cannot stand forever. Truth eventually rises. Prepare your household. Have water, food, candles, batteries, essential supplies ready in case of temporary disruptions. During outages, limit normal phone usage and rely on backup communications if available. For many, the Great Awakening was no longer an idea, but a moment unfolding in real time. Where we go one, we go all. Wars, and rumors of wars. Tuesday, March 17th. Fox News, White House Press Secretary Leavitt. Ballistic missile attacks from Iran right now are down 90%. Their drone capabilities are down 95%. We've sunk more than 65 of their naval ships. We've hit more than 6,000 targets. We are totally eradicating this threat. And Tuesday, March 17, 2020, breaking Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Biden have been exposed for putting the entire world at risk due to propping up Iran. Kayleigh McEnany. A $400 million cash transfer was flown out to Iran. $400 million was just the tip of the iceberg. 1 month later, the Wall Street Journal reported the Obama White House sent 3 different payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion, with a B. Day later, Obama's Deputy Secretary of State Antony Blinken ran to CNN to defend his boss's nuclear deal and the cash transfer. Fast forward to 2023, the Biden White House cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. In the years since, Iran continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Today, where we are seeing absolute strength of the U.S. military on full display, all roads lead to Obama. And yesterday I noticed on the USGS earthquake map that there was an earthquake in Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, and it was 10 kilometers down, which tells me it was a dumb tunnel. So they're still doing stuff underground. Israel is last. Tuesday, March 17, 2026. The Prime Minister of Qatar told Tucker Carlson that Qatar's ties with Hamas began years ago at the request of the U.S. government. He says all the money flowing into Gaza is routed through Israel and Mossad. Tuesday, March 17th, Joe Kent resigned from his position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center due to the pressure of the Israeli government on the United States to start war with Iran. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram.
There's a lot of things happening in the world for those who can see it, none more so than we're watching the complete collapse of the old system. And part of that old system is NATO. NATO was created as a peaceful organization that has somehow turned itself into an aggressor and become egotistical, overpowerful. And of course, the US pays in 60% into NATO and has realized that they are not doing what they're supposed to do, which is to bring peace to the world. So in this incredibly difficult time, Donald Trump will probably withdraw from NATO, which when you take away the US funding, turns into nothing. And when you take all the funding away from an aggressor, they can no longer be aggressive, which is a good thing. We're watching the whole dismantling of an old system in plain sight. I'm going to remind you for the American audience who are watching, and I'm referring to the American audience with love. The United States of America is done. It's over. But the birth of the America, the real America, for the real American people, is just beginning. You have a very bright future in front of you. But the United States is over. The USA is over. America, as in all of America, whether it's Canada, Mexico, Venezuela, South America, it's all part of America. Nothing to do with the corporation, which is the United States of America. That is over. The United States of America is finished. Finished. Gone. But America is being reborn as America. Remember that. North America, Central America, South America, the American islands. It's all part of America, not the corporation. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, what else is being dismantled is President Milei confirms Argentina is withdrawing from the World Health Organization following Trump's stance. A growing rejection of global control structure is underway.
It is, and we're seeing again that links into the story of what's happening with the old United States of America corporation and the foundations and the rebirthing of America, whether it be South America, Central America, North America. For as long as we've lived, as long as we've known, Canada has been part of America, North America. Mexico has been part of Central America. And it also comes into the category of Central and North America. Then you go down through the different countries. You get down to Venezuela, which is South America. It's not South United States. It's South America. Remember that, because they're all coming together as part of America. And that's a good thing for the world. Also, we're watching the collapse for where we are of the EU. The EU is being dismantled the same as the United States is being dismantled. So you're not by yourself. The EU is being dismantled because it's a corrupt, pathetic organization. Trump even stuck the dagger in yesterday with a suggestion that if you want the EU to survive, you'll need to do a partnership deal with Russia. When you wake up to that, you wake up laughing. Drew.
Well, flying over to the UK, Restored Britain's group has passed its first motion on Warwickshire County Council in support of local farmers. The motion will see public sector organisations source food from local farms, a clear early win for the movement at council level.
It is. This is all part of the restructuring of the whole system. And whichever party it is at the moment, these two-party systems, whether it's Labour and Conservative or whether it's Restore or the other one, Reform, this is the Restore and Reform are transitioning away from a two-party system, using a two-party system to get away from that to a world of governance rather than government. I told you this 3 or 4 years ago. We're now watching it happen in plain sight. And the question I'm now getting asked is, well, where are we going to end up? We're going to end up in a world that is run very differently from where it is now, where each area will be responsible for itself. But there will be a commander-in-chief that oversees everything to make sure that everyone stays in line. And for those people who watched my video 6 years ago about Nasara and Jisara, it's all clearly laid out in there. And we'll see everything change. This is an amazing time to be alive. We're so lucky. Some people will say we're not lucky because they're living in fear, because they're not awake to what's going on. But I can assure you, to be chosen for this time in life is the best thing ever. I'll leave you with that thought.
Tuesday, March 17th. Total reclamation. Trump launches the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history. Trillions coming back to U.S. citizens through the quantum financial system. 107 on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has launched the biggest recovery of stolen taxpayer money in American history by signing the executive order for the task force to eliminate fraud on March 16, 2026, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the charge. He's targeting trillions siphoned by the deep state through fraud in federal programs, contracts, and entitlements. This bold strike hits the heart of the globalist networks that have robbed Americans for decades to fund their evil agendas. The waste is immense, with states already exposing billions in scams like massive Medicaid fraud rings operated by insiders and foreign elements. Trump is reclaiming it all through the powerful quantum financial system. Military white hats ensure secure quantum encrypted transfers straight to citizen accounts, completely bypassing the corrupt legacy banks and their schemes. QFS is activating fully now as banks sync up, ending the fiat scam and SWIFT control forever as part of the long prophesied financial reset. This action starves the deep state of its blood money used for endless wars, open borders, invasions, and operations targeting patriots. The recovered trillions will slash national debts, lower taxes, and fuel major MAGA victories. Special ops teams are tracking every asset from black budgets and laundered offshore accounts, with QFS immutable ledgers, making it impossible for the thieves to hide or escape justice. As the Great Awakening unfolds, patriots witness Nisara principles activating. The cabal is in chaos, facing imminent mass exposures, arrests, and military tribunals. Every true American must prepare their QFS access as the prosperity distributions begin rolling out in the coming weeks. President Trump is delivering on total reclamation, restoring full sovereignty and rightful wealth to the people who built this nation. The deep state era of unchecked theft and tyranny is finally ending, ushering in a glorious golden age of freedom, abundance, and justice for all loyal patriots. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign tied overseas bases and Commonwealth linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Tuesday, March 17th, the biggest financial scam in U.S. history. Federal Reserve turned America into a debt machine for the banking elite. Trump and the QFS are crushing it in 2026. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The Federal Reserve is the greatest scam in American history. A private cartel pretending to be governmental while stealing wealth from citizens via endless debt. Born in 1913 from secret Jekyll Island meetings by Rockefeller, Morgan, and Warburg bankers, it was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson, surrendering money creation to elites who print fiat currency with no backing. And it's unconstitutional, too, because only the government is allowed to print our money, not a foreign private banking syndicate. As of March 2026, this Ponzi scheme demands ever more debt to pay previous loans, enslaving generations. The Fed creates money from keystrokes, lends to government at interest paid by taxpayers through IRS enforcement. Inflation, a hidden tax, skyrockets costs of food and homes, eroding savings while Wall Street insiders profit hugely. They rig rates, cause market crashes, and bail out big banks with trillions. This funds global wars and conflicts, benefiting arms dealers and deep state players at the cost of American lives. The petrodollar forces oil in dollars, triggering interventions against challengers like past Middle East actions. But Donald Trump is dismantling this deep state tool. His policies challenge Fed power, and behind scenes, white hats roll out the quantum financial system with quantum tech for secure, asset-backed money immune to fraud. NESARA advances with debt forgiveness, IRS abolition, and constitutional restoration. Millions will see their fraudulent debts forgiven, the IRS dismantled forever, replaced by a simple fair tax, empowering every citizen, and restoring power to the states as intended by the Constitution. Patriots know the elites panic as bricks and gold systems threaten dollar hegemony. Tribunals await traitors, and a golden age of prosperity awaits as the debt slavery ends. The Great Awakening is here, with Trump leading to true freedom. The banking elite's empire falls as QAnon stands strong, and the plan to liberate America succeeds spectacularly. This marks the end of centuries of control and America's true renaissance under patriotic leadership. Tuesday, March 17th, breaking. White Hats rally. The storm ignites as Trump leads the charge against deep state shadows. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The gathering pulses with unyielding resolve. Ricardo Bossi, Michael Jaco, John Michael Chambers, and Derek Johnson converge, unleashing truths that shatter illusions. Q's vigilant warriors stand firm, eyes piercing through scripted deceptions, connecting ancient patterns to today's headlines. Like Revelation's prophecies unfolding, these digital soldiers, fluent in crypto ledgers and election anomalies, hold the line with Isaiah's fire, arming veterans and awakening minds. Trump's bold warnings echo. Assassins lurk, but the White Hats expand the battlefield, flipping the Overton window wide. Tariffs crush foreign thieves, exposing Supreme Court corruption tied to Clinton shadows and foreign bribes. By April 2026, investigations will dismantle judicial overreach, reclaiming sovereignty as Trump doubles down. Tariffs soaring to 50% on cheaters. The deep state's narrow debates crumble under this onslaught. Epstein's web unravels, dragging elites into the light. Arrests mount. Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, Norwegian leaders fall for misconduct, peeling back layers to child trafficking horrors. Files drip, fueling outrage, but White Hats monitor, breaking moral chains. Humanity's numb souls awaken to the scale. Adrenalized blood trades, McDonald's secrets, evil tires, momentum surges on our side. Tribunals churn at Gitmo. Sentences executed in shadows ready for revelation by summer 2026. Iran simmers as strategic strikes expose Obama's failed deals. Uranium lies at 80%. No world war, just precision dismantling diplomacy's facade, tying to assassination plots, Trump's exile claims, bait for puppets. Aliens loom, files released by mid-2026, ET, DNA manipulations, ancient tech jumps, Gilgamesh truths, sky people in Bibles, Eisenhower's Greada Treaty exposed, portals glimpsed, underground bases like Area 51 pulse with secrets, humanity's origins rewrite, freeing us from lies, elections secure by November 2026, voter ID, no mail-ins except essentials, SAVE Act enforces despite Senate, military government overrides, sanitizing roles under Executive Order 13848, cyber teams guard, exposing 2024 frauds, swing states reclaim, deep state capitulates, Trump's Supreme Commander declares occupied no more, Great Liberation dawns January 20th, 2027. Puppets flee as sovereignty restores. Patriots, the veil rips. Evil's ugly run ends. We've endured, refined in fire. Momentum's ours. Collective consciousness unbreakable. White hats unite. Storm raging. Light victorious. Hold fast. Dawn breaks. Empires fall. Q's plan unbreakable. The best surges. Medbeds, Tesla patents. Wealth repatriated. God wins. Humanity rises eternal. Where we go one, we go all. Voter fraud. Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Dominion voting machines were allegedly found by election experts to be programmed in some counties to give Biden 113% per vote and Trump only 87% per vote. This caused some vote totals to have decimals in their totals, altering the 2020 election outcome by weighing the vote tout totals per one vote, where one vote equaled more or less than one vote.
A serious power struggle is going on, and it looks like we're all going to have to take action in order to make this thing happen. A couple of days ago, I phoned the press office of Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada to try to get an opportunity to present some Dragon family documents to the Canadian government. They have ignored me, and this is a serious insult to the Dragon family that will not go unanswered. So we are now demanding that Mark Carney meet me in person for a debate to discuss the future of Canada and this planet. I am hereby formally challenging him for power, because he was not elected as Prime Minister. He was selected. He was chosen by a bunch of Freemasons who then stole the election to create the result. But unfortunately, it looks like he is being blackmailed or for something, because he is not going along with the program we all decided on, which is to create a future planning agency. So you have been warned, and you know from your sources that this is real. These are real people, and they're not going to let this insult go unanswered. So we'll give you until September 11th to formally reply to us. And I think that September 11th date is a good date for a lot of people to make a lot of demands, to see if we can't use that as a new date to throw things overboard. Speaking about which, we now need to talk about U.S. President Donald Trump. I was sent this video here, which I want you to watch.
But anyway,
it shows Trump with Melania, and it does look like the real Melania, and he's saying, hey, I'm not going anywhere. which is fine and good, but it's still clear that this one, even though they're sitting beside each other, he's shorter than Melania. So what it looks like has happened is the white hats have taken the Trump avatar, the short fat one, and are starting to use it for their own purposes. And we can see that with the comment they posted about Operation Warp Speed, where basically they're saying, well, we thought we were trying to protect everybody, but if it turns out we were lied to, we're not going to cover that up anymore. So they're covering their own asses while at the same time going, and that's a good sign that this new Trump, or this old Trump reading a new script with Melania at his side, is a sign the White Hats are back in control. But to confirm, this is not the original 6'3", 190 centimeter Trump. Take a look at the video of this Trump standing beside the Polish President Nawrocki. Pardon me if I didn't pronounce that right. Nawrocki is 5'10", and this Trump is clearly about the same height. So it still looks like the American people have lost their president, and a group is trying to keep the pretense of him being alive because there's so much money and power involved in having that presidential signature that can authorize all these funds. And that's what I think you'll see is going on with all these tech people gathering in the White House, pledging huge amounts of money. They're saying we're going to relaunder all this Fed funny money in the United States, basically. But take a look at the clip and you'll see what I mean. You know, the West is going through a lot of trouble, but I think we really are going to see some kind of revolution in Western Europe this fall. Now, I think the situation in Germany is going to be especially interesting because the opposition AfD is almost certainly going to win the next election, and there's a lot of pressure to hold an election soon. The AfD candidates, right, left, and center, I believe more than 16, but they're not going to be able to murder their way out of this. And to understand what sort of mind shift is happening in Germany, please take a look at this clip of an ad put out by the AfD. I don't think, I know from their comments and their other things, they're not racist per se, but what they are saying is the elites have deliberately flooded our country with military-age, non-Christian men who appear to be getting a salary from somewhere and who are causing a huge, jump in crime rates. And a lot of them are welfare bums who are bankrupting the country. And that's something that needs to be said. You can't just pretend this stuff isn't happening because you